I hope, okay. Hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. And by the way, happy first day of spring. And just to introduce myself real quick, my name is Arman Moric. I was born and raised in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, where I'm currently speaking from, as you can see. Although I usually live in Italy, so Rome, where I study global governance at the University of Rome Tor Vergata. And additionally, I also work for Alliance for Europe, which is an organization that works on fostering civic participation, promoting democracy, and kind of safeguarding sustainable development additionally as well. Something else you might want to know, I'm a passionate humanitarian, and I'm interested in finding some alternative solutions to European issues. At the start, just as Gulma said, I would also like to show you my talking object. So I've chosen this very simple thing, like it's a paintbrush essentially, and I think also it would be nice for you to also pick something that's either close to you or just maybe it can bring some memories or something. But anything will do, to be honest. So if you want, you can show them at the camera so we can all see what you're going to be using. Okay. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Just the only thing that we need to remember about that is that whoever is holding the talking piece, you have the right to speak at the moment. And maybe it would be recommended to maybe keep it in the front of you so you can reach out essentially every time you want to initiate a conversation. Okay, so it's lovely to meet you all again. Although, of course, it would be nicer to meet you in person, but it's my pleasure to be here with you just the same. So, regardless, especially today, because after today's news, I mean, the things that I've read this morning, I feel like this dialogue that we're going to have might be very useful as it could kind of allow us to better understand what's going on around us. And that's why I felt like it would be a good idea to maybe, before we get onto the rules and some initial things about the actual conversation, I can share some of the today's news with you, if you agree, of course. Okay. Okay, so in order to do that, I will share the screen. I will attempt to share the screen. Okay, let's try. So hopefully this should work. Amazing. Okay. So at this stage, because I'm not sure if I can, I can't really see you. So I would be very grateful if one of you could maybe just unmute yourself and just let me know that you can see the screen.
Not yet.
Ah, okay.
Me neither.
Okay. Just update me when it's done.
It doesn't work, I think.
No.
Okay, maybe.
Can you send us the link or?
Yes, I can send the link as well. Okay. Maybe I haven't shared the whole thing. Let me just check. Okay, what about now? Can you see it now?
No.
Nope.
Still nothing?
Yes, now.
Now.
Oh, you can see, amazing. Perfect. Okay, so a quick thing I'd like to ask you to do if you have a device on the side or if you want to open a new window is just to go on www.menti.com where you can insert the code that you can see on the screen. I can even maybe try to just copy the whole thing to make your life easier. There you go. Okay. Yeah, we have one person joining. Let's see. Okay, we still have only one person, but I guess it's still the morning for some people, so it's taking a bit longer. It's okay. Yeah, somebody didn't drink coffee this morning. Okay, we're missing, I think, just one more person. Okay. Okay, we're gonna give it another minute because I can see that someone else is also joining at the moment, so it would be nice to have some more people. Okay, beautiful. We have 3, and we're missing. Okay. Hello, Mariam. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Hello. Because you just joined now, I'm gonna reshare the. I mean, I'm not sure if you can see it, so I'm gonna reshare the link that I've sent. It's essentially you just need to go on www.menti.com and you
Okay.
can just insert the code that's
Okay.
on the screen as well. Yeah.
Okay. Is something supposed to happen when I do that?
Yeah, I see you. I see you here, so it's fine. We got 4
Oh.
people, and that's brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, so as you know, I mean, the topic that we have today is solidarity in Europe and beyond. But let's just kind of go slowly. So first thing first, we don't really know each other, so it might be nice if we kind of got an idea because we only know where you're speaking from, but it would be nice if you could just pin the location you were basically born in, and just to kind of get to know each other a little more. Okay, so I've got somebody from the UK, I suppose. Yeah, somebody from France, I think. Although it's a very little map, so it's a bit hard to tell, but it's fine.
I'm having a bit of trouble pinning. Doesn't seem to work on my computer.
Okay, well, in that case, just oh, I think so, yeah, I think you might have lost, like you're not in the presentation anymore, so you can just do the same process again, if
Okay.
that's the issue. Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay. I guess we're still waiting for
I will also do it again because I'm not sure mine worked.
I can see 3. Okay, 4 people now. I think it's everyone now. Okay.
Well,
so we're
just in case, mine's meant to be over the UK.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, sure. No worries. It's fine. I can see that we're quite centralized. Let's say, like, kind of. Mainly Europe, pre-Brexit. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much again. So, I mean, as you can see, although we're coming basically from the same, let's say, region, mainly Europe. It's still nice to also, we probably have different views, and I can also see that some of you are not exactly in the country where you were born. So I think that's also telling a lot. So let's see how we can initiate this discussion. So I wanted to start from this quote because obviously, like living in Italy, Dante Alighieri is kind of a massive deal. So the quote and kind of the starting point, I think, of our conversation could be crises. So like the darkest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain their neutrality in times of a moral crisis. So I've chosen this because I felt like it would be interesting to kind of to think a little about the state we're currently in, especially looking at the news. And going from this quote, we can just look at some of the most recent things. I mean, even from this morning, actually, that were happening kind of in the global affairs. So, first thing that I've seen this morning, I mean, the usual. So, the COVID-19 crisis, where we have European nations battling new cases continuously, which is, I think, very well, like we all are pretty much aware of it. And then, apart from that, we also have the political protest all over the world. Like the example is Myanmar, where we can see that the death count is actually rising. So, this is just another chore that we see every day in the news. And another thing that I've kind of also decided to put is the case of, Turkey is pulling out of a treaty that's supposed to protect women from violence, which is, I think, just another form of, global human rights kind of dodging violations and sort of disobedience. And basically the first thing that I wanted to the reason I've shared this with you is because I was really curious about how these events are making you feel. What's the general feel when you read the news and when you're just a person living in this very confusing period? Yeah, feel free to just write as much as you want. You can send in just words or even a little description of your feelings or just a general view. Curious. I'm sure many of us feel like that. Okay, we have. Yeah, definitely in terms of the social breakdown, exactly. Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people are missing at the moment, like just that tiny like sprinkle of hope, that little optimism that's very difficult to find in these days. Yeah, feel free to just, write whatever's on your mind. Don't. Also, in case you want to add another note, feel free to do that as well. This is a free space.
I kind of got kicked out of the Mentimeter and I cannot really enter again.
Oh, I mean, if you want, you can also just share your views with us like this, and then we'll just I'll keep it in mind with the presentation. So no worries, no worries.
I personally am super annoyed with all these numbers and that everybody's just kind of focusing on these numbers. Why I feel only a very little part of the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And I think it's something that we can also let's just imagine that it's on the board now, just so that everyone else can also kind of see it. But yeah, I think when it comes to the news that we've just seen and your feelings in general, I think it's interesting to see how and I'll stop sharing the screen at the moment because that's the thing I wanted you to see. It's interesting, in my opinion, to see how although we in different locations we have probably completely different lives, we still tend to feel the same way about something, about these global events, you know. And I think that would be an interesting first kind of question that I would put out to the floor. Just to maybe, to what extent do you think are we like sharing the actual feelings about these global events, and why is that? And I know that this might be a little bit of a sneak peek before we actually get into the conversation, because I have to tell you some quick rules, just so we can make our conversation a little bit more valuable. But just keep that question in mind, like, and the news in mind. So, just three things, very short, and just like kind of golden rules. Be brief and precise, and of course, speak from the heart. Just listen as you would like to be heard. Essentially, just three things. And now, with a sound, I would like to open the floor. And the sound that I've chosen is very simple, very human, I think. Just so with this, I leave my talking piece here in the middle. So you may reach out if you'd like to reflect on what we've seen so far and share your views.
I wonder if, if the assumption is right that we share, and I guess it is right that in our group we share feelings about the news, is that because we are all from a certain group of within our societies, we're working maybe in a specific field, and we are, even though living in different countries and having different backgrounds, in a very similar context, and so we are kind of in our own bubble, let's say, and might that be the reason why we share feelings, and we get the feeling that it's really normal to react like that, but it's not at all. It's just that in the end, we are very similar.
Wait. I don't know. How does this work, actually? I don't actually know how the talking piece works. Wait.
Okay, so essentially, like, you take a thing, anything you like, anything that's close to you, and you just, each time you want to speak, you actually just reach out. I mean, you put it in front of you, so you reach out in front, and then you just get it. So we know how you want to talk. And when you're done, we just leave it.
So I think we can have similar feelings without necessarily sharing similar views. I'm not sure if the similar feelings and similar views are necessarily linked. Was my only question to that thought.
I think probably that those three pieces of news need to be seen a little bit separately, because, for example, COVID, that's a situation that really does affect all of us, where we share the situation, and so we probably also share the feelings that are associated with the situation. Whereas the other two pieces of news, I guess there's an overlap in sort of values in different, well, for Europe as an entity, but our personal experiences and the opinions that come about as a result of that also flow into that a little bit more. So that's the way that I'd see those things. I'd put COVID in one box, and then I'd put Turkey's pulling out of the agreement over women's rights, and also the protests in Myanmar in a different box again, which has more to do with European values and unity. Yep.
Okay. So I have to say I really agree with Emilio. I hope that's the right pronunciation. I have to say I share your views when it comes to actually like I mean, they're different things, but I also feel like with a pandemic, it's kind of like something that we automatically relate to because, maybe for us who have almost like no links with Myanmar, this protest, for example, wouldn't mean much. We wouldn't kind of empathize, with the people as easily as we would, for example, if we heard that, I don't know, somebody's mother died out of COVID, because it's closer to us, so it's probably very much connected to the experience. But I'm not sure how that also affects like the solidarity side of it as well,
I'm not sure if I agree, because I think that, for example, when I see the news about Myanmar, but also the news about Turkey, it's not just that particular event. It's also how, I mean, especially for Turkey, I think the topic is super present everywhere. And I mean, I'm in Spain, and women's rights and like kind of violence towards women, it's not something that Turkey, like that I'm not happy how Turkey is dealing with it. I think it's everywhere. And it's even, and this is, I think, also what relates a bit to my feeling of kind of being furious, that sometimes it's so dishonest how Europe looks at topics outside of Europe, and how also how the news report about it without necessarily kind of putting that into question, what is happening inside of Europe as well. And even with Myanmar, I mean, it's true that it's kind of it's further away, but I mean, there is police violence. I don't want to compare that now, but it's also, I mean, even there, even here in Spain, also, with this rapper being put to prison and stuff like that. I mean, I don't want to mix too many things together, but just, I don't think that we can say that if we look at news, it's only an event that is very far and that hasn't necessarily anything to do with it. I think it's super connected, and the topics are present everywhere. So I give it back.
No, I agree 100% with that. That's actually something that I wanted to write before, but I wrote it in the wrong box. I wrote it in the private chat by accident. Is that I feel that Europe isn't very united in standing up for its values, that there is a bit of hypocrisy when, you hear about sort of Europe representing this liberal, free democracy, social market, all of that. But then the way that Europe deals with autocratic and authoritarian regimes is sort of, you ask yourself, how can you stand up or stand for the one thing, but then act like that towards systems that, kick it with both feet. So yeah, I agree with that. Exactly, yeah.
And it feels like there's some parallel things going on, right? So like what's happening in Myanmar, what I feel about it all is that it's the reflexing of certain geopolitical powers and people redefining their alliances. So we had held Myanmar, or the world, Myanmar had found sort of a position of equilibrium, and now with China reflexing its muscles in its neighborhood, and what is the global impact of that for all of us? And so it all becomes connected because we are connected to, so somebody is sending us a message really far away, but that message is towards, it's a targeted message, right? So what are the sub messages behind that message? How should we understand it, and how should we reposition ourselves towards it? And and that includes like how we position ourselves in terms of our values, not just in terms of the values and the way they're acting out outside of the borders, but also within, right? Like, how is Europe holding itself account to those same values internally, not simply externally? Because some of this discourse seems like, oh, we hold ourselves accountable, but not externally. But is that really that true? Is a question we should all be asking ourselves.
But I liked your thought about, and I'm still thinking about it, and I don't know if you have maybe an idea of how we can make it a bit more concrete. This idea of saying, okay, we feel we might share the same feelings, but not necessarily the same views. And I think that is interesting to see how, because I think that's also a danger, that everything is very emotionalized, and politics become super emotionalized, and emotions become politicized in a way. So, but how does that influence then the views? So I'm just still thinking about your comments. So I wonder if we can elaborate, or if you can elaborate a bit on that.
Yep. So I think if you look at like drastic changes that have happened within England, for example, or the United Kingdom in terms, or Europe, like the reshuffling of things in Europe, I think both parties, everybody feels a huge fear in front of change. I don't think anybody's embracing change. Like, yeah, this is exciting. Let's get on with it. I think everybody feels fear. Everybody feels despair. Yet holding different views. And then that's why I jumped on these dialogues. I think this is so exciting, because I think that people feel that they need to hold a position because they took it, and now they have to stand with it, regardless of what happens. And if Brexit was good or Brexit was bad, either way, I mean, either way is okay. It's something that is, that's like, it doesn't have to be, nobody needs to be demonized because people don't have perfect knowledge, and nobody needs to be demonized, right? Like, China doesn't need to be demonized, Russia doesn't need to be demonized, nobody needs to be demonized. So yeah, I think that everybody, regardless of which side of the aisle they stand down on these days, feels despair and anger and frustration, and the inability to reach across the aisle. So that's why I feel like everybody shares the same feelings, but not necessarily the same views in terms of where the solutions lie.
I have to say I really agree with it. Like, I really like the distinction between, views and feelings, I have to say as well, because it's another aspect that was there even before these events happened, is also the general, like, the background and the actual position of, a certain country or a certain nation before the events happen. So now, obviously, even although we're sharing like some feelings, it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll react to those feelings in the same way. So that's why it's also interesting to see how around Europe or around the world you have very different reactions to the same measures. I mean, more or less, the measures are pretty much similar, but at the same time, people react completely differently, Patrick is a thinker,
Well, actually, yes. As a journalist, I'm more used to listen. I still have to make my mind up about everything you said. It's a very broad topic, and I try to link it in my mind all the time with this solidarity thing. And my problem is that I'm still not sure what this solidarity means. If we're talking about news, if we're talking about Myanmar, about Turkey, just something that's far away, that needs our position and maybe the position of our governments of Europe as a whole. What is this Europe? We are not even united in Europe. And then I think about that COVID situation, which has changed extremely since the first wave last year. 1 year ago, I felt so much hope when I saw the solidarity around me with people I dealt with every day, with neighbors, relatives, friends, and now I have the feeling that's somehow lost. We're somehow lost in this never-ending situation. We just want to get out, and we don't know how. Sorry for that pessimistic view, but that's something I deal with every day, and so I put my cat back.
I guess I want to say something a little bit about solidarity. So for me, I see exactly that, what you mentioned, that there's sort of mayhem, there's sort of confusion, there's anger, there's frustration. And, you know, Europe, it doesn't really feel like a compact entity at the moment. And I also want to get back to something that Arman, is that right? Yeah, that you said earlier. You know, with responding to feelings. For me, participating in this dialogue is a response to that feeling, because I see that. I feel like the EU is a really great project. I like the values that it officially represents, and I think it's something that needs to be strengthened because it's under threat from exactly those things that you mentioned, right? COVID, things like what's happening in Myanmar. Of course, you know, Turkey is one of those systems that I think, is sort of a bit threatening in that sense. And I think for me, the best way to counteract that is to sit together, to have a dialogue, to have a conversation, and also to have arguments, maybe not in this forum, you know, and to try and objectively take apart what's happening and see what a measured solution can be, a measured response, instead of a reaction, because I think reactions to feelings are probably the kind of thing that populism feeds off in the first place. That sort of the things that split Europe, the things that threaten Europe at the moment, that they feed off. And yeah, that's sort of why why I'm taking part in this thing, because this is the only way that I can see at the moment that I can really make some kind of a difference on my level. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, and maybe all of us here agree. But the question is if we shouldn't invite somebody here who's on the other side of the barricades, somebody who doesn't have the feeling that our bubble is listening to him or her. It's a question also about the method of our gathering here. If there shouldn't be someone having a completely different opinion, because as you said earlier, we might have the same feeling, but we don't have the same views. I have rather the feeling that we share the same or similar views, but maybe not necessarily the same feelings about. Somebody's afraid, somebody's furious, somebody gets active, wants to do something. There's somebody missing here in our group, don't you think?
I totally agree, but I think especially I think talking about the topics we had this morning, they are so huge. It's very complicated to say, okay, let's now, like, you know, who do you talk to? Like, kind of, you know, who do you want to call, even if you want to talk to somebody? Like, it's just because it's so global and so complex as topic that it's complicated. So Mariam, I would like to come back to this Brexit thing, because maybe that's a bit more practical and I think, or concrete or something, because I'm sure that just kind of, you know, in your surroundings or in your neighborhood or something, you probably have people, or even in your family, I don't know, like, you know, or friends, your colleagues, you probably have people that have very different opinions. But what is a way, what is a format to bring these people together? You know, what could be something concrete?
I think two things. One, I read a sentence a long time ago that the sign of a good mind is somebody who's able to hold two opposing views and not have them necessarily agree. And I really like that thought. And that's, I think, I'm not sure how I feel about the initial neutrality quote that started the conversation. And the second thing, I think that we need to talk to people that we think share our views first, to know what it is that we agree upon. And then have the view with the other side that we think disagrees with us, so that we know what it is that we're disagreeing about. And I think that Brexit is a really interesting example, because the people that voted against Brexit don't necessarily know what they voted, why they voted against Brexit, right? So now they all agree that they voted against Brexit, but they're not really sure whether what solidarity in Europe is about. Is solidarity in Europe was always poorly articulated? Is it about, I mean, I obviously am on one side of the aisle, which is probably similar to this side, but I think that the arguments that were used for the solidarity in Europe were very poorly articulated. Were they around a shared history? Were they around a shared value system? If they were around a shared value system, does that translate across to our friends in the East? Does that translate across to Germany's position on Greece? Was that a movement of solidarity, and did that evoke the same emotions as Brexit? No. So how we articulate those values and the positions that we take upon them, we don't even know what we agree upon or disagree upon. So yes, I think there's some merit in having these discussions amongst people that agree with us to know, and then have it with the opposition aisle so that we are able to make those arguments if we need to make them. I don't even know if we need to make them, but if we need to make them, at least we should know what we're arguing about. Does that yeah?
I was just gonna say, because it's a very interesting reflection, I'd say, especially because I feel like another part of the issue is that a lot of decision makers don't exactly have like a proper stand. It's always kind of like a balance of okay, what are my interests, and then what's my value that I'm trying to defend. But then at least Europe kind of selectively goes case by case, you know, and then, oh, I have more interests, I don't know, here, so let's just do humanitarian intervention, something. But then, for example, exactly as you've mentioned, there are so many cases which apparently we don't care about, but we should kind of stand for the values. And also what Emilio said as well, I really think, I believe in Europe, I really, really do. But the issue is that there was no proper dialogue like what we're having now. Why don't decision makers do these dialogues? Why don't diplomats do these dialogues? Because it's always kind of a balance of national interest, like, or personal interest, and then that sort of trade-off on what you can get. And that makes us look bad, I think, even beyond Europe, and also kind of disturbs the balance inside. And it's kind of scary even, I think, to see, for example, the elections in the Netherlands like the other day, like just being scared that, you know, this anti-Europe party is going to win, because then the EU go to hell with it, you know. It's that's the thing, and it's scary. also with Brexit. I mean, it's scary if people don't know what to think.
But what is at stake in Europe staying or going is the ultimate question. So if we're afraid of Europe going, what is it that we're actually afraid of going? And as we know, Europe has meant more to certain nations than others. I'm younger, so well, not younger. I'm older than most. Like older than some and younger than others. So I'm younger than the people, mostly younger than the people that voted for Brexit. But there's a question like, okay, so if we're scared of losing Europe, what is it that we're actually scared of losing? Is the real question that we need to start articulating.
I'd like to answer that, at least for myself. I think it's probably strength. You look at the EU is pretty big. We have 500 million people or so, 500 million citizens, and together we can really rally for the values. I know you said we haven't really specified the values, but I think at least we can agree that Europe represents sort of freedom of speech. I think sort of a form of freedom, and I think that if the EU does start to break apart, you might have individual nations represent that on a national level, but they're going to be so small that they can't really make any difference on the world stage. And if we look at some of the other systems that are starting to get very powerful, they don't really represent those values. I'll take China, for example, because China is, I think, the second most powerful economy in the world at the moment. And there's also 1 million citizens there, but freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of speech there. You've practically got a surveillance state set up there. And you look at governments like that, systems like that are sort of gaining relevance on the global stage. And then you look at how the EU is starting to fall apart because it can't represent itself, it can't represent its values, and it can't create unity and solidarity within itself. And that's what I worry about, that these ideas sort of get lost, and that in the end, people's rights are just sort of just dissipate and lose relevance. Yeah.
I think that's really interesting, and I think that's true. I agree with you 100%. The only concern is that within it is the underlying message that it's in opposition to. So we're trying to create a value system of domination, right? In opposition to. I agree with that value system. It's a value system that allows me to speak. So I'm 100% on board with it. But a value system which is articulated around an opposition to another is already in and of itself on some kind of weaker footing, right? Because I'm creating a solidarity value system, but in opposition to another. And that's how I'm articulating it. I'm articulating it in strength of numbers. Like I'm trying to garner strength in numbers. So it's very tricky, especially if then the self-righteousness from it comes out of when somebody, I'm not for Brexit, but when there wasn't the same outrage when we tried to kick Greece out, which was I'm sure it was very embarrassing for the Greeks, a very tricky situation indeed. But if I can't provide solidarity at home to a poor neighbor who may have dodged their numbers on an accounting sheet that was probably checked by 100 diplomats on the way that were well paid in Brussels to check those documents for a question of 5 billion euros, then how can I extend that solidarity beyond my borders? It becomes a very tricky question because I wasn't able to provide it to my poor cousin who was already in the family. And then that's a very challenging position to hold for too long. I think.
Maybe just two reactions to that. I'll come to the solidarity thing that is, I think, connected very much to this notion of debt as well. But that may be in a second. But just to come back to this idea of the values and if they're constructed in negation of something, I'm not sure that I would agree, because if we say that, you know, I don't know, human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights is the basis, for example, then I feel that it's more than that kind of other reactions are in opposition to that. It's not so much that Europe is in opposition to that. I think it's some sort of a basic, again, like let's take the human rights, you know. It's not an opposition, it's affirmative. And so, but then you're right, then we become an opposition because somebody is opposing that, and then we are put into some sort of a defense position, and then it becomes complicated, I guess. But that as the first thing, and then it's true that if we talk about solidarity, and I think it's very interesting to think about the notion of debt and to think, okay, so does solidarity mean that we are, like, both ways? Do we kind of do we use solidarity because we have a debt that is a colonial debt, or that is a political or an historic debt? Germany, of course, you know, towards Israel. Will we always have a debt, you know, because we so this is one thing. Or the other way around, is there solidarity, but do we expect Greece, for example, to have debts towards us because we are, you know, as the strong Germans, kind of providing like real money, so it's a real debt, or is it also a moral debt? So, you know, are there always strings attached to solidarity? Do they have to be, or can we think of a solidarity that is really outside of this kind of, you know, complicated strings attached, whatever moral, financial, ethical trap we also then find ourselves in? Sorry, that was a lot, maybe not very.
You know, I agree with you 100%. I think that the opposition does come from the other side. And I think you're absolutely right that if it's articulated in that way, where we're adhering to a basis of a universal understanding of rights, then it's a completely different viewpoint. But I think it's that's the lens that we must hold at all times in our dialogues, because when we hold that lens, then it's easier to make our diplomats adhere to those lenses. When we allow that lens to slip in terms of our own understanding, that then our diplomats slip as well. So I think, I 100% agree with you that that's the lens. And then, I don't know how to understand that idea of debt and solidarity. I struggle with it a lot. That's why I raised it, because it's something that I try to read about and think about, and I don't have an answer to. So that's why, I don't know. I agree.
I have to really appreciate the fact that, like, sometimes, because it's a very general term, and there's no proper definition, as Miriam said, like, it's very difficult also for us to kind of construct a proper discussion over that issue and try to kind of unwrap it in a way. But I think the idea of depth, I think, like, at least for me, the way I kind of understand it is that it's all of these things at the same time. And that's kind of part of the problem, because if we don't have a clear idea on what this means, then of course, like, it could be in Germany the debt, but it could also be, you know, for example, historically looking. And also another, I think, reason why the European Union is kind of what we want to have, is that historically European countries didn't have amazing relations. Like, they were in wars continuously, and Europe was in a horrible state. And that's why there's this sort of attachment to this idea of unity, to this idea of, you know, having this solidarity, let's say, getting the vaccines at the same time. But what I meant when I said that it's kind of concerning, it's kind of this fear that the recent events and this sort of lack of the actual clear idea on what solidarity is, and also the fact that we have, I mean, completely like failed system when it comes to the vaccines and things. It's kind of like this idea of, are people feeling something else now? Did they change their opinion? And I think that's the scary thought. Like, do we still stand? Because we have to essentially pick something that we want to keep, you know. But yeah, I think that's the question of how do we focus the solidarity? How do we institutionalize it if it's in our values?
Well, yes. The whole time I was listening, I thought we're discussing or talking in such a general level, and we have to bring it down to the people, because I believe, and for now I put some more optimistic element here into the discussion than before. I believe that a lot of people who don't share our views on certain topics have an amount of solidarity in themselves. It's just the question on whom to focus it. Yeah. So when we're talking about Belarus, that's just some kilometers away, and we're not teasing enough for them to convince them that. I lose my point. I already get into the broader level again. I think that most people would agree that we should help each other. That some weaker should get some help from the stronger ones in order to restore some stability in our societies. But the moment it comes to a more broader and wider level, then you have this nationalistic nationalist approach again. So how do we get the lower levels to the higher levels? Maybe my English is not so good. I don't know if you understand me.
Yeah, I guess it's what you said before, right? That during the pandemic, at first sight, during the first weeks, you said that you were kind of so positively surprised by the solidarity around you, and I think you're right. I think this is, or I would like to think that this is the human reaction to inequalities, that people tend to help each other no matter what. But it's true. So if that can happen on the micro level, like with your neighbors and stuff like that, and you don't discuss politics, it's just kind of a very human reaction to help each other. How could we transcend that to other levels without getting the nation and all of that kind of in the way? Yeah, I don't know. It's that's the question, I guess.
I am honestly so sad that I have to do this, but essentially we're very close to the end. So we only have a few minutes. So I would like to thank you so much for being here today and for sharing the views. I really wish we had more time. I think we could have definitely kept on going and kind of discussing and trying to kind of truly dialogue, have this sort of platform to share views. And maybe even come to some sort of a solution. Who knows? But anyway, I would like to now invite Gulma, I think that's the name. And thanks, like massive thanks to all of you once again. And to end, obviously, the session.
You still have 5 minutes, so if anyone wants to add something, you can still talk about for 5 minutes.
But I mean, for example, Patrick, collect these stories. I mean, if it's also about stories of let's talk about, you know, these examples of solidarity that do happen to, yeah, I don't know, to also I don't know, just talk about other things and not just these horrible numbers in Myanmar and Turkey, but also kind of, you know, the good things that are happening. I think that is important.
Yeah, yes, I'm working on that because I'm also very embarrassed about the governmental behavior here in the Czech Republic, as they want solidarity from the others, but they are not able to apply their solidarity on others. That's terrible. So that's maybe why I stress this contrast, but the micro and the macro level so much, because I experience different things here, and I'm glad I can end with this hopeful comment.
I'm scared to speak now because I don't want to interrupt anyone. So just please take the floor if you have anything to add. And then I think it would be the right time to come and you decide at this point. I think I already said my goodbye.
Okay, so I'll come back to say my goodbye to all of you and to say thank you so much for your time. It's been really precious to watch all of you together, especially in these hard times. Being together, even if it's online, it's really precious to dialogue about these things. And I would like to share 2 links with you. The first one is this one on the private chat. It's the Wonder link. We're gonna do a break at this link, but if you want to already go there, it's a funny place that you appear in a space and then you need to drag your profile camera to find the others, and when you find the others, all the cameras open, and then you can continue talking about your dialogue or meet people from other dialogues. And the second one is our survey. So that's the link. If you have a short time to check it, please, will help a lot to us to grow with the project. Okay. So thank you so much for your time and have a nice day and weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, you
Um
too.
beijo.
Bye.
Tchau, tchau. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning,
Hello.
everyone. Oi, Esther. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Yeah. Que bom te ver, Esther. Saudades.
Igualmente.
So, my name is Gima from Dialogues 1 and Solidialogues. I'll be your angel and technical support today here. So, I'll be on the private chat. So, please do not press the full screen. Otherwise, you can see the private chat where I will be. So if you have some issues or if you want to share something with the others during the dialogue, just write it there. I'll come back close to the end to say, okay, we have 10 minutes to close the room. Then again, we have 5 minutes, and then Stephanie can close the dialogue. We have more people to join us. Let's see if they appear. So maybe somehow I'll include them on the screen, and then you say welcome and welcome to them. Just some reminders, just a second. Okay, our dialogue, as you know, it's about 60 minutes. Do not forget to choose a talking stick. Could be some object close to you, like a rock, like a banana, or something you have. So whatever you want to talk, bring the talking stick to the center, to the camera, and pick the word to you, and then you talk, and then put it back to the other, pick the word. Don't forget to mute and unmute yourself. So when you're just listening, mute, because it's better for the others to listen. Let's see if there's one more thing. Yeah, that's it. So I'll be not on the screen with you. As soon as I remove myself, Stephanie can start the dialogue. So I'm giving my talking stick to Stephanie. Beijo, have a nice dialogue.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? So, hi. Welcome to our dialogue. Today we'll be dialoguing about art in the social sphere. I'm Stephanie Egegi. I'm currently living in Berlin, but I was born and I grew up in São Paulo. I'll just give a short background on myself. I did my bachelor's in philosophy and also in public management. And on the side, I was always doing sound. And so I took a few years for me to assume myself as a sound worker operating as a sound artist. And currently in Berlin, I work in Monom, that's Berlin Center for Spatial Sound. I take care of the management part. And I'm also doing artwork. And that's it. Who wants to be next? I'll put stick and then someone can get it.
So, my name is Jadwiga Sawicka. I didn't write that I'm from Poland, Przemyśl, which is a small town near the Ukrainian border. And I'm an artist and also a teacher. I work at the university in Rzeszów, which is a bigger town, not far away from Przemyśl. And my area of interest is language, text, so in a way it is a bit limited because to Polish, because I use usually Polish text, and I chose the topic as I put that I'm interested in freedom of expression, and this is not the thing I would write even a few years ago, I wouldn't put this in the first place, but from since a couple of years, at least 2016, there has been a huge change in the social sphere in Poland, and this freedom of expression become really, really important. So just as I said, even a few years, a lot of my friends wouldn't think that we would worry about such basic issues. We would a lot of things, issues we worry about now, we would have considered that it's a bad joke, that is a kind of a satire, and then we are faced with this problems like being accused of blasphemy and facing the total ban on abortion and so on, and the kind of the language of the used in public discourse is very hostile, very very toxic, and the thing which worry me and other artists is that we feel that we should fight against it, and we do in various forms, but the thing is most difficult is that we feel lack of support, that people are worried about, that there are so many things to worry about, that the artist worries about the freedom of speech is not the most important. Okay, that's it.
I guess it's my turn now. Hi everyone, I'm Ayete. I'm from Kosovo, currently based in Pristina. My academic background is in psychology and counseling, but I work in, my work experience is mostly in different civil society organizations. For the past 3 years, I've been engaged together with a friend of mine. We have co-founded an art organization which is focused in cultural activism for social development and social change. So this is my focus for the last 3 years and to continue. Thank you.
So I'll start planting the seed topic. And since our theme is art in the social sphere, the first thing that occurred to me, and I want you to share what you think about it, is there art outside of the social sphere? Can we think these two entities as separate? And yes, no, how can they possibly connect, how they are actually connected, and how one interfere in the other? So whoever wants to answer first, please.
Okay, so well, as I said, this wouldn't occur to me as such a pressing issue a few years ago, but even then, I think that I've always been interested in things which surround me, and I think should be should take as much as possible from this social sphere, because it's, of course, it depends how much we take from it, but I can't imagine that you can isolate yourself totally from the surroundings. And it may seem like a privilege, the ability to choose that I can limit my interests to only which is the most interesting to me. And of course we can't, not all the artists are vocal on social issues in equal measure, but I don't think that you can exclude it totally from your vocabulary. Even if you don't want to do it, there are times when you just have to say what you stand for, and even if it doesn't appear on you in your art directly, you as a person, I'm involved on this side or on that side, and somehow it shows even in such choices like where I show things, who I want to show with or not. So I think it is important. And it's impossible to answer. It is impossible to separate art and social sphere.
And yeah, I just wanted to add that part that even if it's not like politically engaged or socially engaged art, it's still influenced by the societies we live in, the art that is produced. So even if it's not directed or dedicated, it's driven by the realities we live in. So it's difficult to see an art without the social sphere, in my opinion.
Yes, I think similar. And I would also say that art is on a constant, the artist is in a dialectic process always with society. So, how is his environment directly influencing his practice? And what has been intriguing me a lot currently is how the financial capitalism and capitalism in general has been affecting the production of artists around the globe. And because personally, sometimes I found myself in a context when you are creating something because there is a demand and you will be paid for that. And then you also see yourself when you are just with a group of friends or artists that invited you to do a proposal, and there is not any financial mean involved in this production. It's creation for creation. The final output is creation. And how to think about both scenarios, and are they different? And will one feel it thrives differently in relation to one and another? That's personally something I've been reflecting a lot on. And yes, what do you think about this?
Steffi, I just wanted to say that sometimes I'm personally having trouble to hear when you're speaking. The sounds comes with a bit of glitches, but if I got the what you said correctly, it's definitely a challenge to think in terms how this financial capitalism influences the artwork that is being produced. But for example, here in the context that I'm living in here in Kosovo, is that maybe is not even to a degree even a factor that influences, because sadly it's not, art is not seen as something of importance, and that is as important, and is not seen as something still worth investing. So we still maybe have that luxury, if I may say in brackets, of having artists that produce their artwork even without the financial means, because they are, that is what they are and what they do. But we still need to invest in ways to make these become noted and valued by everyone else, and maybe then face these challenges of how this financial capitalism is influencing the artwork that is being produced to a degree or not. But it can definitely, in my opinion, I think it can definitely influence in the content, especially when we're speaking about politically and socially engaged artists. It would depend if they are funded or if they're doing this with their own means and being more vocal and more political about it.
Yeah, I think that it's a similar situation in Poland. I think that the connection is more not between capitalism but state, and that gives you different sort of problems, because majority of projects, bigger projects, are financed by the state, and the state has their own agendas, and they can manipulate and steer the message. So this can be the problem, and there's not so much. Maybe I can't speak for everyone, right? But there's not that much private financing of artists. So it would be actually, this is something which is considered to be kind of hope that if there was some private sponsorship, that would be a choice. Yeah. But Stephanie, do you feel this difference, that things you do for because they are paid for sponsors? I don't know what kind of difference you mean. This is it your personal experience, or experience, or do you talk in general that there is kind of private things you do for your own individual private creative needs, and things you do because they are sponsored, but they have still artistic value? Both areas have artistic value for you, but somehow they differ.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I think your question is fantastic. I would say that the main difference between the two demands, it's rather the deadline. Because for me, art is rather, like, first of all, it's an kind of an ontologic process. So it's, if you are into it, it's inherent to you. It's like eating food. sometimes in my case I can stay like 2 months, 3 months, or sometimes different time period without creating anything. But then there is this strike that comes, and it's like, okay, I know that I'm feeling anxious and weird because I haven't created anything in so long, and my body is asking for it. So I would consider this fact. And then when there is an external request, hey, can you do a soundtrack for something, for example, and you have a deadline, I think that this pressure, this time pressure, affects the process, rather the process. But I've managed a way to still be loyal to my sounds. So I wouldn't share a sound that I don't feel connected to. So until now, I managed to do that in all the projects. But whenever there is not a deadline, then I can give myself the privilege of having time. So that shapes the creation in another way. So you just have time to let it breathe. So sometimes you don't touch it for a couple of days or weeks, and then you go back to it. So it's more in the sense of the deadline, but also when it's creation for creation, and when you are in a process that you are with a group of other artists creating and there is money involved, I think that time and money together, and today we can somehow think of time together with money, they will change the process. So I was also reflecting on something else, and so here we were recently speaking about my personal experience, but if we think about art in the sense of art in the social sphere, and how the social sphere can also be thought of as this place where individuals try to find a common ground. And if that happens through the law mechanism, through the political mechanism that's together with the law mechanism, also art at a certain time joined this force, and it was also used by political means to build this common ground and to establish in positive ways and also in manipulative ways. So I think we can also discuss this as an interesting topic, because we were firstly speaking, I was giving examples of my personal practice, and I think it can be thought together how as an individual creating art, how I am influenced by the social sphere, political scenario, but also how the state itself, how the modern state is responsible to how he uses art also to establish this common ground, considering that one of the macro topics of this dialogue is also populism. So how populism has been using art to establish this common ground in order to create ideological maneuvers. So if you'd like to continue this reflection, I will pass on the token.
I'll just take on from this. It's definitely crucial to pay attention to this part, how populism in a way can make use of arts to set certain ideologies. And this is why I think it's crucial that in the ages that we're living, to in a way bring into dialogue art and culture to sort of fight these different ideologies that are harmful, that influence the way we're living, that are limit our freedom of speech and everything. And I personally believe that in this way, public art can be in a way act as a prism through which we can understand this wider social, cultural, and political issues and trends that are going on in places we're living. And in this way, art can serve as this subtle way of initiating these discussions with the wider, with the communities around and the people involved. And we can use this implicit ways of engaging the communities to fight these different ideologies that are populist and many often have definitely many negative consequences.
I just wanted to ask if there are any examples of how do you pronounce your name? Ayete?
Yes, it's Ayete.
Are there any examples you can give of positive examples or negative examples?
I can give you an example of the work that we're doing with 17 here in Pristina, the organization that I'm working. We have this project called Metamorphosis, and the idea of Metamorphosis is to bring into dialogue arts and culture and discuss about the importance of public space. And how we do this is we identify these different abandoned buildings in the city or unused buildings that in a period of time were important for various social processes. And we usually invite an artist to, based on the research that we do on the collective memory for this specific building and the impact that it had in the society, we invite an artist to then conceptualize a site-specific artistic intervention that is done in that specific building or public space, and that is then serves as an entry point to a wider discussion of what we need to do as people, as community, in reactivating and repurposing these buildings. Because to give you just a bit of context, here in Kosovo, many of these public buildings after the war in 1990 in Kosovo are under the agency of privatization in Kosovo, and many are being liquidated and sold to private owners. So day by day, these public spaces are being shrinked, and we have very limited venues where that serve as meeting points for the people. We don't have any. We have very few public spaces where people can convene and discuss. So what we try to do with Metamorphosis is to try to highlight the potential of these different buildings, using arts to reactivate them temporarily, and then remind people of the importance of these kind of spaces and why we need to become active in revitalizing and also hold the public institutions accountable into doing something to offer these public spaces for use for the benefit of the communities around and beyond.
So now this is very interesting to me because I, together with my younger friend, we started doing something similar, at least in intention, maybe. Because our town is getting because there are no perspectives for people to work. Is unemployment and so on. People leave the town, and especially younger generation, they go abroad to work. At least they used to. I mean, a lot of them work to Holland, to United Kingdom, to Germany. So there are plenty of empty shops, empty spaces, and we were doing for past 2 years, we did some art interventions in public space. So this is very interesting for me. And I wonder, how did you find the funding for this?
Well, here in Kosovo, we usually apply for fundings to different either international funding organizations or local organizations that have usage streams of funds from international organizations. So this is how we usually actually, because we're registered as a nonprofit organization, so we apply for fundings and then do the projects. Many often we end up many of the work also being done on voluntary basis because not every time we can cover the expenses from the fundings we get, but this currently is a very pressing issue in our society, and we believe that we need to create more public spaces for the community, for the people to be involved and to be more active as citizens, because there is this great apathy and there is very low level of civic activism, because people feel generally that they're not heard, they don't have a say in matters surrounding their environments. And we believe that it's of great importance to do this kind of interventions and instill in a way this sense of place and remind people of what these particular buildings, monuments, public spaces are, and how the emotional attachment and the history and all the attachment that it's to become active, to instill this motivation to become active citizens, and hold the public institutions also accountable into providing means for people to, in a way, have a better life at the end of the day for everyone.
Well, if you could send me a link to some of this, I would be really interested to have a look. Because it's, I mean, as I said, when I said that we've done similar things, maybe they are not quite similar, because it's not lack of public space, but I mean the interest in activating the people. This is similar, but on the other hand, yes, the private developing the land in not taking into consideration that there should be things like parks. So this is also something which is yeah, important issue. So yes, I would be interested to see.
I was thinking a lot. Meanwhile, you were chatting, I had lots of sparks. And I couldn't refrain from thinking how creativity, populism, and ideology are correlated, in the sense of art being a creative practice where one exercises its creativity in different ways, and populism being this model of political strategy where this government will create an ideology and it will find ways to share with its citizens. And how, for example, in Germany during Second World War, for example, they burned books, just to quote one of many examples worldwide. But this came firstly to my mind. And how simply books that were not in accordance with their ideology, that in the end is a creation in itself. So whatever was not sustaining that ideology was burned, but also what was sustaining that ideology as an art vehicle, as a book or as a piece, was then supported. So how else can we think about it, and how to find a legit balance in between those to create this future that I think everyone is kind of thinking about now, because it feels like it's a new era in a way, everyone is feeling, seeing, experiencing, also creating. So also on top of that, what's the role of the state in the sense of how the state can cut in a really hard way its citizens' ability to create, and how can the citizen also make sure that he will create? Because whenever I have the I've been thinking, if someone is really taking away the possibility of creating, the person starts to feel bad. It doesn't matter if you are an artist or not, but if you are always living through someone else's values, let's call them like that, then I think you kind of you don't have space to understand what your values are. So just a few thoughts. I'm gonna pass on the token to whomever wants to continue this reflection.
What you said made me think about these pandemic times that we face and how they have actually influenced. Maybe one of the sectors mostly influenced is the arts and culture sector, and we have seen that in many of the countries, art has been left like is the least important fields that could be supported in these pandemic times, and many of the artists have left without any means of supporting themselves and hence their creation processes. And the same also happened here in Kosovo, where there has been not actually much support about arts and culture sector regarding the effect of the pandemic, and we can now immediately already see the impact on the scale of activities that are being done. You see automatically, like there was this period before the pandemic where it was much more creation and much more arts and cultural activities, but nowadays we see that there is much less creation, because in a way, but the policies that are set, by not giving a priority, you're in a way also directing this sort of how much creation there will be by the artists and the arts and culture sector. So by not prioritizing it as a field, you're already making it as a state, making a statement that is not something of importance, and sadly art is not seen as an important aspect of the well-being of the society, particularly now that we're going this pandemic times and we're seeking for these new normalities, which are finding us very fragile in terms of the physical well-being, mental health well-being, and also on where arts could actually be a very important tool in trying to maintain this well-being if brought into, again, use for this greater purpose.
Stefan, you said that you are based in Berlin now, and somehow for Polish artists, Germany and especially Berlin, it seems like a dream place to be, and also as a very good example of public of state support to culture. Do you feel that it, as an artist now living there, do you feel that this is a justified opinion?
Well, definitely coming from São Paulo, from South America, where in a certain way, when we had more left-wing governments, we definitely faced ourselves with more financial support for the arts, but mainly currently with a more right-wing government in power, art is like, they managed to cut whatever they could. So it's more than ever a survival process for whomever was directly living from the arts. So now when I came to Berlin and I got in contact with this welfare state, it's unbelievable. It's wow. I sometimes I'm like, that's real. Like, so if you have a European citizenship, you can somehow benefit of those. So I would say that it's harder to struggle in Germany than in São Paulo. If you are inside of the legal chain, then you will find a way to survive as an artist, as an unemployed person. So there is the welfare state. It's really active in here, and for me, that was really surprisingly. So sometimes I even listen to German people complaining like more support, but I was like, guys, have you seen how is it in South America? That's one example I can give because I grew up in South America. So yes, I also think, as you said, I agree that Germany is supportive. Of course, it can always be more supportive, but it's supportive. I think from what I know and what I've studied is one of the most supportive. Berlin also being this cultural hub. Yes, something else before I pass on the token. When we are chatting about the arts and the culture, it's very interesting to think about them together in the sense that art plays a big role in constructing culture, but it's not the only factor that builds culture up, but it's a fundamental factor for culture. Well, the joy of silence. So I'm gonna speak a little more, and whoever feels like it's time to join, please raise your stick. And also, we found that this period made lots of people create more in the arts field. I saw many people really into the mood of creating and sharing. And it was interesting to observe how social media, for example, also has a new role in the arts, and how it became, how it also brought a new angle to the possible ways where we can think art, because it also became something, okay, I'm going to create this track, I'm going to create this visual to bring it to my social media, and then I will create more engagement. But this is when one thinks about an individual, but how also companies all over the world, from big ones, from Coca-Cola, from Netflix, from Apple, how they are, from WeTransfer recently, for example. I think I'm going to give WeTransfer as an example because I think it's great. So whenever now, I don't know if you observe it, if you're sharing a file via WeTransfer, they created this WePresent platform where it's mainly, they really invested, they found someone that's really creative, and they write very interesting texts on creative endeavors that have been going on, from fashion to pop artists, and they are really well made texts. So how now more than ever we can see that marketing is also using art in a way, like art with a more, so how they manage to create art as a vehicle to promote their own brand. Why? Because they will attract the user to their brand, and in the sense the user will start to consume the brand in social media, for example, because of the artistic content / material that this brand is posting. So I love thinking about this detour, and how then we can also go back to what I shared in the beginning. It's how for the person that is creating that, how it affects the creation once again. Because in a way, I do believe that now more than ever, art is directly connected with finances, and what balance is that? How to think about that? What is and what's not legit in that? Can we even think of what is and what is not legit in this relationship? And I can continue. So anyone else wants to reflect?
Continue.
Well,
I was just wanted to relate like this part of how social media has been used during this time was a venue for at least like a space for artists to share their artwork. What we noticed, for example, here in Kosovo, that it was mostly used for musicians, and interestingly enough, during this time of the pandemic, especially during the first lockdown, the National Theatre started live streaming pre-recorded plays, theater plays, which was a very interesting choice. But at least for the first part of the lockdown, it was very interesting because in many of the cities in Kosovo, you don't have a city theater or an active theater. So it was a means for people that in their own cities, they don't have theater, they could at least be virtually attending this plays through the live streams in the social media pages of the National Theatre. So it was very interesting back then, like when we were reflecting how you would never think, we didn't know that actually the theater here was actually recording each play that they were doing as part of the program. So it was a very good use of the momentum to actually start live streaming this theater. But for the other branches and our mediums, we personally, I didn't see that it was used as much, these available virtual platforms to share the artwork. Maybe it has to do also with the local context, that it's social media is not still seen as a means of presenting the work, and it's not as engaging as you would have, let's say, an exhibition in person and people are there and meeting and conversing. In social media, there is this part of one way sort of presentation. You get the interaction only by likes and reactions, but not as in like that much engagement with reacting with comments and talking about the work that is being produced. So it's personally, I have this doubts whether it's just for marketing purposes or it can be used to further the dialogue about and the discussions around the artwork presented.
What I noticed in Poland, which what started quite early, it was also the live streaming and pre-recorded plays presented, and it really did make you think, why didn't they do it earlier? Why did they keep it? But also there has been some initiatives from the museums and galleries, like for example, some galleries in Gdańsk, they invite artists to do videos, and they left from what I am judging by the results. They left quite a lot of, and they were really open-minded what it should be. So there were like films from artists' spaces, artists' rooms, private rooms, and they sometimes there were like kind of poetic or absurd art videos. Sometimes it was like performances. But anyway, it was like giving, offering space for people to create something. And most important, they were paid, maybe not most important, but importantly, there were artists were offered some fees for that. And the same was with the Museum of Art in Łódź, and it was kind of mail art, like artists were invited to send their work, which was presented on the which is still presented as an online exhibition. And again, it was fee for that, which I think it is very important for artists to feel that they are supported. On the other hand, I couldn't help thinking that this fee was quite small. I mean, it was lower than usually you are offered for doing something for the State Gallery. It was like half of it. And it made you think, like, okay, you are offered a kind of helpful hand from the institution, which is great. Because it shows you that someone cares, and it offers you a space, and because it is shown immediately. But on the other hand, it doesn't help much financially. But there were some other initiatives, like the one of the biggest galleries in Poland, in Warsaw, Zachęta. They offered artists kind of stipend, and it was not like you give something back, like give your work back. Sometimes it was open, a free choice, like you can do some, okay, you can offer your work, but you can also say something, you can record a video. So I like the openness about it. It was not like give your work and we pay you, but we pay you because we think that you are in need, but we don't expect you to do something concrete, or we don't say what you should do for it. So that was quite good. But again, it was a state, yeah, and state supported. It's not like, and it's rare because how many grants were there? It was like several people here, several people there.
So we are heading towards the final, and I'm not going to do any kind of conclusion, but rather open up another dialogue that is, as social beings that we are, and we need, it's undeniable that we are communicative beings, and we urge for communicating. And it doesn't matter, even if you are at a certain point an artist that isolates yourself in the mountains for a month to create a piece, the meaning process, at a certain point, it's about sharing with other beings as well. So I like to think about art, and I feel that for me it makes sense to think about art as a way to communicate, not strictly a linear communication, a direct communication, a logical, analytical communication, but rather a way of communication that is very expansive and in itself very open, so one can articulate it as it wish and as it makes sense to communicate something. But also, on the other hand, it has this joy in it, and that people benefit from. But it can also be used, going back to the populism topic, it can also be used as a tool to impose ways of communicating and of being in the end. So if we have, for example, a hypothetical state that is only funding projects that are talking about how good its leader is, its president is, then we can see a clear manifestation of ideology that is supporting this one type of art, that will support this one type of discourse, that will then support its current ideology. So it's interesting to kind of be analytical towards how a government is moving towards that, and how it is supporting it or not. Because, for example, in dictatorship in Brazil, in the 60s, 70s, it really happened, and as it happened in lots of dictatorships, that some artists were not allowed to do their art because it was anti the discourse that the leader had to have in order to sustain its power. I think that's a fascinating topic, and I will pass on the stick.
Well, yes, this had been happening in Poland too, and we all feel this change, and that like the support of state, the shift, there has been a shift, yeah, and what is. And on the one hand, it is kind of normal, like the state is the state, and we can't expect the politicians to be very objective and open because they represent their policies and parties. But what is very depressing here is like this shift towards right-wing values and the power of Catholic Church is resulting in the suppression of freedom of expression, but the rhetoric which is used is like that the artists which are the values, the artists which are supported now, they have been suppressed before. So let's give the power of speech to the ones which were excluded. And suddenly you have this rhetoric like of alienation, being excluded, you know, putting in the wrong place completely. But it's like somebody is using your own language, but like reverting completely, distorting the meaning. So people feel like they have. We feel sometimes. I feel that like the language I used is distorted and the meaning is reversed, and this makes you sometimes this discourage us from speaking out sometimes, because you have to use the rhetoric which is in the air is kind of repulsive.
Well, since we have a few seconds left, I want to thank you for this last saying that you had. Yes, it was very resonating. And
sorry about being negative towards the end, and pessimist.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And how interesting is it to think about arts, communication, ideology, populism, freedom of expression, whatever that concept is, the social sphere, and let's keep thinking and talking and creating as well. So I'd like to thank you to joining today's dialogue and wish you all a happy and fun Saturday, as much as that's possible. So I'm gonna do the final sound to finish, and that's it. So goodbye.
Hey everyone. Thank you so much. It was really precious. Thank you, Stephanie, for bringing this political point of view in the end, because we are really living a hard time for that as well. So it's important to discuss art on this level. I have two things to say to you. The first of them is this link that I'm sharing on the private chat. Is the Wonder link. It's a space that we created for a break. Once you're there, you just need to open your camera and drag your profile, looking for people on the space. And then when you find people and you're together, the camera's open, and then you can chat with more people that are coming from another dialogues. The other link is this survey link that I want to share with you. Just a second. This one. It's really important for us to have your feedback about the dialogue that help us to grow and bring new ideas for our dialogues methods. Okay? That's it.
Great. Thanks, Gima.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day.
Um beijo. Tchau, tchau.
Ciao.
Hello.
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 Hello, everyone. Can
Hello.
you hear me in a good way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Hello. Good morning from Brazil.
Bom dia.
Bom dia. It's been really inspiring to see all of you today. My name is Guima from Solidialogues. I'll be helping and guiding you today, facilitating this dialogue as our technical support. So I'll be here all the time on the private chat. So please do not press the full screen. Otherwise, you can't see me there. So if you need something during the dialogue, because I'll be not on the screen, you can write me there. Even if you want to share something with the others, some link or some reference, you also can write it there. As you probably know, our dialogue is about 60 minutes. When you get close to the end, I'll come back to say on the private chat, we have more 10 minutes. Then again to say we have more 5 minutes. Let me remember. Do not forget to choose some object close to you to be your talking stick. Could be, I don't know, like your cell phone, a rock, anything that you have close to you. So whenever you want to speak, bring the talking stick in front of the camera and pick the word to you. And when you end, give it back to the others. Do not forget to mute and unmute yourself. So when you listen, mute yourself because it's better to listen to you. Okay, as soon as I leave the screen, I'll give you my talking piece, and I would like to invite all of you to present yourself, where you're from, starting saying what brought you here to this dialogue. Okay? So I'm giving my talking stick to you. Have a nice dialogue. See you soon.
Chris, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, we don't hear you.
Hello, I'm Chris Goethe from Germany, and to be exact, from the state of Bavaria. I'm 53 years old. I have a wife and 3 daughters, and I'm a journalist, but mainly work as a housekeeper at home for my wife and my 3 daughters.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jelena, as you can see there. I come from Belgrade, Serbia. Actually, I came from Montenegro and a small town there, but I live in Belgrade like 10 years ago. Well, Chris mentioned he has a lot of kids. I have a lot of plants. Yeah. But I really do work as a housekeeper for them, and they don't help at all. Sometimes they even they make damage. What I work is in psychology of education and activism. I'm a part of collective called School City, or in our language it's called Škograd. And that is why I wrote it in the end of my name. It is I'm here as a citizen of a school city, as a citizen or a part of this collective that is working with children, marginalized children on the outskirts of Belgrade. Next, please.
Hiya, I'm Rick. I'm actually originally from the UK, but I've been living in Portugal for just over 3 years now. And I'm working here with my partner on a project called Slow Co-work, which is it's basically a project aimed at helping people connect more with nature, getting people out of the city. So we're inside this beautiful natural park, but also helping people connect with each other and connect with themselves. So a big focus on personal well-being as well. And I came to this through a friend, Breno, who I met here, who thought it'd be interesting to involve me in the dialogue.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to meet you.
My name is Brian Coonan. I am 53 years old. I am married. I don't have any kids. I am a horse dentist by profession, but I am very interested in the topics of integration and integrating people that have come to our country from abroad. That's basically it. How I came to this, I've done a bit of work with integration with the Muslim community here in Ireland, and I was recommended, it was suggested that I might try this with Sheikh Umar Al-Qadri, who's an imam here in Dublin. I'm not a Muslim myself, but as I say, I am interested in integration and how that works. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't tell you how I came to this project. I came through this project through a schoolmate, Tanya, and she works for the Goethe-Institut in Brussels. That's how I came to this project.
Well, it stands for me as well. I forgot to tell how I came to the dialogues. I did like a project application with a Slovak organization called Zahrada Cultural Center, and Milan, who is in chief there, he suggested that I should participate in this kind of citizen assembly or whatever. Mm.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with this. What happens next?
I think this discussion is going to be everything we make out of this discussion. It's totally open in what direction this will move. I hope it will be enlightening for everybody of us.
Okay.
But you talked about, Brian, you talked that you are interested in integration of people of other faith. My topic is the integration of handicapped people in our school system, which is in Bavaria still, I think, not the best way how this works. Because we have a very selective educational system. And in fact, my wife is a teacher for handicapped children, and I am interested in this topic for years. I don't know how it works in your countries, how your educational systems work, especially for handicapped children.
Well, maybe I can say something about it, since I'm also strongly linked with education and the system. So here, officially and by law, there is inclusion aspect. So our educational system is supposed to be inclusive, meaning that children with all different abilities attend regular schools. It started a few years ago and is still very struggling to be implemented fully. The biggest issues come, of course, because teachers do not feel prepared to work with all the diversity in the classrooms, and they usually struggle with catching up with what is called curricula, instead of including everyone in the process of learning. So it is still going on, and there are still several schools that are exclusively for children with visual who are visually impaired or something like that. but majority of children are in regular school system. What I would just want to add on this, what Chris mentioned, is that is not only regarding physical disabilities or physical difficulties, especially in neighborhoods, very poor neighborhoods, like those that we work in. It is very important to take into account this social and cultural background of children, because sometimes they really have all the physical predispositions for a healthy development, but they do not have this support in families. They do not. Their families cannot provide healthy food, or and that is why. And of course, they cannot provide help in their doing the homeworks and supporting their academic development. So this aspect of inclusion in schools is even more complicated, I think, and even more invisible in this regard. Giving it.
Jelena, what you told me sounds very familiar to me. The situation, also the situation of socially disabled, handicapped children. In fact, my wife, she works in a class which is mixed. It's 8 children with mental handicaps, together with 16 other, let's say, ordinary children. And something like that is still a model project. It's an exception. I'm very proud that my wife is accompanying such projects for a couple of years now, and I hope that this model projects will become more common.
Great, thanks for that. That was really interesting. I don't have much to input in terms of the inclusion of handicapped in schools. I don't have any experience in that, but something I'm exploring at the moment and finding quite difficult to understand is how to be. I'm trying to create a community here in Portugal, and it's obviously we're attracting people with similar interests and like-minded people, and I'm very conscious of the fact that it could create a kind of bubble, like echo chamber of very similar people. And so I'm currently exploring ways to increase the diversity and ensure it seems inclusive. So it's, it's like trying to find that balance. Obviously, we want to have people with shared values and similar interests, but we also want to have that diversity so that we've got a mix of viewpoints, and so we can have more interesting dialogues. So I think that I'm very conscious of that kind of filter bubble where we're just kind of hearing the same opinions from similar people and like-minded people. So yeah, I'd be interested to know if any of you guys know any ways or examples of of how to try and avoid that echo chamber of having all very similar people within a community.
From an Irish perspective, the integration of say people with disabilities has been brought into focus, sharp focus there recently, because we've had a lockdown, and probably like yourselves in Europe, and there's a big debate as to whether children with special needs, at what stage could they be introduced back into school. There was definitely issues with mental health, the fact that their routine, which is very, very important to these kids, was disturbed. And so there has been a big, in general, it seems to be the kids are in kind of mainstream education. They will have what they call special assistants, which will assist them in class. I have a brother who does work like that. It can be, I suppose it's like everywhere in Europe, but it seems to be that, it's advocates that seem to drive progress here in this country when it comes to, I don't mean lawyers, but I mean people that have a child or they have a direct connection with someone that has special needs, they seem to be the ones to drive it. I suppose in terms like Rick is saying there about, you know, in your case of trying to get more people into the ethos of working with nature and working in nature. I wonder, is it that if society, what we should do is maybe advocate that, you know, that the government or that they put more emphasis on housing and try and eliminate this social imbalance that's there in terms of, and, you know, that could probably solve a lot of problems. It's not very sexy and it's not, you know, it would be very, very difficult to do because you're talking about long-term plan. But I just wonder, would that be a way of tackling it?
What I really wanted to share is actually what Brian also tackled is how we, well, Rick, you asked how to exit the bubble, and then Brian said about this like awareness of the community that you're in as well. And I feel like when we acknowledge our privileges, it comes quite clear what our bubble is and who are the others who are also as privileged as we are in it. And then there is an open space to challenge these privileges and to see, are we really inclusive, or who can how can I say, enrich our bubble or expand it. I see here, Juma, if I'm spelling it right, I don't know, but he wrote in the chat that we can perhaps talk about our vision about inclusivity and democracy. And just because this story is, I think, really similar to what you started to talk about, I will share it now shortly. So we organize a summer school in the courtyard of the school. And we invite everyone, actually. It is almost like we are just there in the schoolyard, and anyone who comes is part of this summer school. And it comes that children who are not yet going to school, they join us. Some children that left school, some children who finished schools, or not that much of a children, but youth. And they are all joining the circle, or they're joining the space where we stand in circle and discuss or do activities and everything. And I believe that that is for me like a metaphor of democracy and inclusion, like this open space where anyone is invited to join, and then the process starts.
Well, the topic with the echo chambers, I think this is a very hard thing to get out of your personal echo chamber, because it's so pleasant to be inside and to have no opposition against your own opinion. And with that virtual communication, it becomes extremely hard to leave that echo chamber. And I think this is really a big topic.
Great, yeah, thanks for that. So another, on a similar point around how we can help to facilitate that inclusiveness, because it's kind of related, but I've been thinking a lot about accessibility as well, because sometimes something may be inclusive, but if it's not accessible, then that it's not possible for people to join. So that's also something that I've been exploring, and it's good to see increasingly. I've seen different business models and ways that people are making things inclusive, like removing financial barriers, particularly for digital or virtual things, where they can do things like pay what you can, or having scholarship programs, or having ways that we can remove financial barriers and try and level the playing field a bit, so that it's more inclusive for a more diverse range of people. In terms of the point around that Gima put around what's our view about democracy. So this, I think, is a very interesting topic around democracy, because I think the technology has made things a lot more democratic, because it's easier to have a voice, and it's easier to share your story, and to there's not as much control by the traditional media, where actually digital media is allowing people to communicate in lots of different ways. But I think the big barrier to democracy at the moment, this again, its own personal viewpoints, is that a lot of the democratic systems are very outdated. They haven't caught up with technology. They're all based, most democracies, I know from the UK, I don't really know in other countries, but I know it's very traditional, and there's lots of very old and outdated ways that the whole democratic system works. So I feel like that's one of the best ways to improve democracy, is to open up, to basically give it an upgrade, like a software upgrade, like technology. I think there's a lot of improvements that could be made, and utilizing some of the technologies that are coming out, because now you really can hear everyone's voice, and people can have an input into any decision that's happening. It's very easy to facilitate that through technology, and so I feel that would really enhance democracy and inclusion.
Well, you mentioned, I think, several key points. It's accessibility, and it's control, and media. So at least when we try to unwrap this package of democracy, and we put it in this current context, I think the most important thing that you said is that we need to upgrade it. So, like, the old school democracy doesn't work for this, or what we used to call democracy isn't democracy anymore, or isn't that democratic anymore. And I think that is very, I think, provoking, because, of course, today, as you said, everybody could be heard. But where are those ears to hear, or who is really open to hear and to react upon it? Because, of course, technology made a huge difference, and the world is more connected than ever. So I think really it is important to think about new forms, or maybe those words are some kind of worn out. Is that the word? When you use it too much? So I don't know. I don't know. Of course, it is dangerous to say that, to find what is a new thing for democracy, but I think upgrading it is for us today, of course.
Well, I think modern democracy needs very good communication skills, and to learn those communication skills, you should start very early. I teach a class of third graders in primary school. I teach them the basics of journalism and how newspapers work, how the internets work, and what is a fake news and things like that. And I think this is very, very important, even to start at a young age, to help the children to see what's going on around them.
Yeah, very good points raised there. Democracy and I suppose the media, and then what's true and what isn't true. Again, it comes back to the bubble complex. You know that if we follow stuff on the internet, there's actually logarithms there that feed us the same stuff and reaffirm. Something like what we're doing here. As I say, this is the first one I've participated in, and it's not a debate as such, and they went to great lengths to say that's not a debate. It's a conversation and a dialogue, and basically see where it goes. I think the important thing is always to guard against demonization of other people as a group. It's lazy. It's a lazy form of, maybe it could be racism or just discrimination. My politics wouldn't be Donald Trump, but I don't believe that everyone that voted for him, it was necessarily 100% behind him. So I looked at that. I looked at the American election, and I thought that maybe Hillary Clinton hadn't got a lot to offer, that she made Donald look attractive. I mean, it's questioning what we do. And then in terms of inclusion, like I said before, if the social issues are addressed, like say homelessness or lack of housing or lack of facilities, I think that this would go a big way towards helping with inclusion, that everyone is brought along at the same time. I know it's ideal and it's kind of utopian, but it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be something that we strive for. Thank you. Sorry, I'm finished.
It is very interesting, this silence, because as I believe in all educational settings, silence can be really productive, and it is really invited, but mostly it is hard. We are not used to it, especially if like at this moment we don't know each other that well. We see each other for the first time. At least I see you for the first time. So the silence is making you think quite differently, I guess, than you would in another setting. But regarding that, I think most important when it comes to Trump or to any recent elections is that we, in practice, in reality, we have way less choice than we should. And in USA, it is always like very similar choice. Once when Bernie was shaking things up at least a bit, it was for a really short time and didn't happen anything. So we have this illusion, or at least I feel it like that. It is an illusion of really voting. It is an illusion of a real choice, because you don't choose a change of a system at all. You choose just the players in the existing system. And I mean, for USA, it is a huge system, of course, but it really is as the same here in Serbia. They're all the servants of a greater capital, and they're also like all the political players are involved in the same game. So when we talk about this control and this being able to hear, of course, but being able to raise your voice as well, and it comes to me that all of our items for changing the speaker phone or the changing the mic, like I have this whistleblower. It is my old friend from protests, and we have a lot of protests here, as you can see. And Brian has scissors, it also is a very, I don't know, it's provocative for me. Chris has markers, so we fight with pen. We fight with knowledge as well. And Rick has, of course, new media and phone, and we fight a lot of democratic struggles that way as well. So it is interesting, our choice of items, I would say. So in that name.
Well, what you could see in the United States, I have seen last year on a very smaller scale in our community here. It's a village with about 6,000 inhabitants, and we had elections, and we had two sides. The one side, as I think, made a very serious, fact-oriented strategy of election, and the other side, a very emotional and very stirring up election strategy. And guess who won? Guess who won the election? It was the emotional side. It was very frustrating to see that. Somehow emotions are very important in a democracy, and how to come along with them, sometimes in a democracy, it seems like a guessing game what will happen at an election. This somehow frightens me a lot.
Manipulation of emotions or using emotions, because I would really be happy to see politics that are involving genuine human emotions, that are true to it. They're showing true emotions. They're not PR trained to that and be robotized, but to really be there, to really see them, to see those authentic reactions, and to react and to invite authentic reactions from the people, and to be in this exchange of this, to be in this emotional communication, really present. But what we usually see is what Chris really pointed out. It is manipulation with it, and it is using emotions to cover the facts. And then, because with facts you cannot really manipulate that much if they're really facts, and then the emotions come there to blur to blur the situation, to blur the perspectives. Great point.
Dropping my phone on the floor. Yeah, I really that point around the emotions and particularly the manipulation of the emotions resonated with me quite a lot, because actually, so before I moved to Portugal, my background was working in marketing, and obviously learning a lot about cognitive biases and heuristics, and it's kind of it's trained me to then be able to spot when I can see these kind of political messages that have clearly been done in a very clever way, that is trying to make the most of those emotional triggers or cognitive biases, or and so I'm now very kind of critical and analyze when I see political messages or politicians speak about how some of it, obviously, there's a lot of authenticity that's lacking. Obviously, it's very difficult to know when someone's being authentic or not, but I find a lot of the time it's looking at it from that lens of seeing, okay, what are they really trying to communicate? Like, why have they said it in this way? The language they're using. I think there's definitely it's so planned, and that rather than it be a kind of an authentic, communication, it's more of a very carefully thought out, potential like way to manipulate people's views and emotions. Which, again, it's how can we help people to see through those kind of tricks, and also to how can we have more authenticity in and trust in these kind of democratic processes.
I think you're hitting a big thing there. I think trust in our elected officials. A big danger that comes from a lack of trust is cynicism, and then with that comes apathy, when then just people don't care what happens. People become disengaged, and this effectively then leads to, I suppose, the political people, lets them off the hook, lets them not have to take responsibility for what actions they have if they know that, they're not particularly worried. There's certain voting systems that probably lend themselves to that. We have proportional representation here in Ireland, so that means that we get a ballot paper and we can grade our, in terms of preference, 1 to 10 or whatever. I'm not sure what system you have in Germany or in Serbia, and I think the UK is first past the post, which basically means there's one winner per election, and it can be very hard, I would imagine, maybe Rick could have more of an insight in that, to remove an incumbent, remove a person that's there in power if the majority is huge. In terms of, I suppose, and I don't know actually how to do this, but I suppose a kind of an emotional awareness, teaching that to the electorate, like to get an idea what's what, or maybe even if the politicians were to explain how they came to this certain view. Some of them are, my own experience dealing with politicians here in Ireland, some of them are motivated with trying to do a good job. Others are looking for a career or for money. Their motives aren't great. It is such a broad rush. I know probably democracy as it stands, it needs an overhaul. I think that's worldwide, but I'm not sure what exactly that involves, and I don't have the answers in that way. I don't know.
So I'm not an expert in the different voting systems, but that does sound like a better system in Ireland than in the UK. I definitely do think there needs to be an overhaul. And something that I've been reading about is some of the new technologies that are coming out that can help with, again, I'm not an expert in this, I've just been looking into it briefly, but using things like blockchain and some of these ways to make sure there's secure ways that we could get the opinion of the entire nation or anyone that's has access to a phone, could then input into every political decision, well, not every political decision, but you could then have people to really be informed about the decisions they make, and get more information about them, and then rather than it just be like once every 4 years there's an election, you could regularly ask the entire nation what their opinion is on small details or on lots of different issues, rather than just the only time we ask people's opinion is once every 4 years about what do they want, this person or this person. It could be actually what's things are much more complex than that, and there are a lot more options available. So with some of these more complex issues that we're facing in the world, I think there's really ways that we can increase that, those possibilities and the inclusion of the population.
Well, this question came to my mind, and I really want to hear what you think about it, because in these days it is a very popular topic in Montenegro that the new government wants to call a referendum for whether Montenegro should make a research of oil in the seaside on the coast. So the oil and gas. So they call for a referendum for something that is quite clearly destroying the natural ecosystem. So what do you think about it? I mean, we are all here pro-democracy, of course, and pro having a say, but is this really the topic? Shall we have a say or this kind of discussions on all topics? Are there some that are really like should be protected by the I don't know, constitution or whatever?
I think in terms of oil exploration, the tide is against fossil fuels worldwide. It's, you know, it's there is a chance that it could be kind of redundant in 30 years' time or 20 years' time. All around the world, we're working towards alternative forms of energy. In terms of Montenegro, there's there's a very large European-wide, worldwide movement against, say, fossil fuels and exploration, and maybe the clue there is like-minded people in Montenegro to maybe team up with these and learn from activism that has gone on. We've had in Ireland, we've had activism here with due again to a gas field that was offshore, that was been brought ashore to Ireland, and it didn't stop it, but I mean, it definitely influenced government policy as regards that. And I think lately there was a moratorium or a break on offshore exploration off the coast of Ireland. It's definitely something, yeah, personally I think that would be something to get involved in, and probably Rick is probably the person to talk there with his background in environmentalism. But that would be something to get involved in. And basically, I suppose then I'm involved in activism here on a local basis, and if enough people get together and the politicians realise that's going to cost them votes, that's probably where it hurts them, and you'll get action then.
I'm not an absolute expert on this energy topics, but I'm proud to say that next year our last nuclear plant will go offline in Germany, which I'm very proud of. But I want to take up the topic of Brian, the topic of trust in democracy. I think this is a very important thing. We have a huge crisis at the moment in Germany with that AstraZeneca stop and go politics, which many people irritated a lot, what they should do with that vaccine, and it was very destructive that the politicians really were not sure and didn't have a distinct strategy to go on with that topic. In addition to that, we had a corruption crisis of conservative politicians who made business in the times when masks were needed, and there was some very bad corruption, which is in this year when Germany will elect this new government, which mixed up the cards anew at the moment. And for me, it's hard to see in what direction this will go. It distinctively wasn't good for our democratic process, which has been going on the last couple of days or a few weeks.
So I was just going to ask Chris whether you could elaborate on that. I was unaware of what those issues were around the vaccine in the last few weeks. And I think this is maybe a great example of inclusion of, like, because it's a big discussion at the moment is the how do we be inclusive of, you know, who's getting vaccinated? How do we decide that? How is that distributed? It's quite an interesting example of how can we be inclusive. But yeah, I don't know whether you have, yeah, I'm just unaware of what that issue is in Germany.
They had to find out that there were some bad side effects of that vaccine. At the beginning, this sounded very threatening, but after a couple of days, there were different messages that it is not as dangerous and that you can vaccine with AstraZeneca, but then the damage was done, you know. Very bad situation.
Well, I'm part of that damage. I signed up for the vaccine, and I was. You can choose here which one you want to get, and I choose AstraZeneca or Sinopharm. And after a while, they called me for AstraZeneca, and that was just after this situation in Germany and also in several other countries. And I said, okay, no, I won't take AstraZeneca, and I took the other one. So I think this COVID situation really pointed out how shrinking our democracy is and how we are really narrowing the space of participation. And for me personally, but I think it goes wider. The situation with COVID is like you constantly live in this Sophie's choice situation. I don't know if you heard about the book, but that is a mother that needs to choose which of her children she wants to save. It is just a metaphor of extremely difficult choices to make. So every day with COVID, you choose whether you're going to see your parents and get them in jeopardy, or you want to see your friend and get her in jeopardy, or you want to be isolated and get yourself in jeopardy because you're isolated. And it is over and over being exhausted with these choices. I feel there is a lot of space again for this manipulation and again for introducing more and more control because people cannot decide on that, or it is too dangerous to leave it up to them. So it is really like a lackmus for the state of democracy in the world, this pandemic, I think.
I suppose we also, as being part of the EU, you know, the AstraZeneca was put on hold there for a few days. My take on it would be slightly different. I'm not due to get vaccinated probably till July. I personally think that it probably was the right thing to do to put it on hold. Now, even in spite of the fact that, you know, the blood clotting or the issue of the thrombosis was very, very minute percentage. I suppose my thinking on it was, at least the EU and the government were saying we just want to be 100% sure that this is right. And maybe they want to dodge the issue that if there was a problem, then that that there was a lack of faith in the vaccine. If you remember, well, I gather that back in March of last year we were told that a vaccine could be maybe 4 or 5 years coming on stream, and yet here we are, less than a year afterwards, and we've got 6 or 7 options with more on the way. It seems that every vaccine producer has been 100% geared towards providing this vaccine. I suppose in general, then what you were saying there, Elena, with the decisions we make, yeah, like they are very, very difficult, and it's extended even further where you've lost a loved one and you're not able to go to the funeral. There's some major issues there, and there's going to be a lot of very damaged people when this is over. Not necessarily even to do with physical damage, but mental damage from issues like this. There was no handbook with this. I don't think the government or anybody has had a handbook, and basically we are all just trying to do our best, reacting as a fire brigade to the next disaster. That's not to say that it can be improved, and the one wish that I would have is that money is invested in the health service. Like it's a major problem here in Ireland, and a high proportion of our health care workers are foreign, are born from outside of Ireland, and I suppose that's one of the reasons why I want to see them integrated into the country, to be allowed to contribute to this country.
I think the main questions that we were the main questions that we were talking about were not why. We clearly all know that democracy and inclusion is important, and why it should be like it is a moral imperative to be implemented. And what you just said, for those who are most marginalized, like being in a first world country, because the first world country is probably contributing to the problems of the country they came from. So it is there is no why, but whom we are about to include and who is to be included. It is very important question, because there we come to very diverse group, and the most diverse waves of inclusion or forms of inclusion are on the stage. And the last question is in what? Because if, again, I think I mentioned this before, because it is really important to me, again, if we include them in, now we come to the question what? If we include them in the same system, we didn't do much good, because they will just be there to perpetuate exclusion for some other groups. So it is, I think, vicious circle. So we have Do you have anything with interesting? Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. It was really nice talking to you.
It was really nice talking to you.
Very much.
I enjoyed this group.
Very good.
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. It was a really nice idea. Thanks, Rick. So thank you so much for your time here. It was really nice. I would like to share 2 links with you. Just a second. The first one is the Wonder link. It's a place that we are inviting people after the dialogues to be there. So it's a virtual space. You can drag yourself through the space. When you meet others, the windows open, and then you can meet people from other dialogues. It's pretty nice. And the second one, it's our survey. So if you have a short time, please share your feedbacks with us. So this helps us a lot to grow with the project. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Beijos. Tchau, tchau.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Hello, everyone.
Um,
Hello. Good morning from Brazil. Nice to see your faces. It's been really nice to watch all of you through the day. So I'm Gima from Solidialogues. Nice to meet you. I'll be here helping you with the technical issues if you have. So I'll be not on the screen. I'll be on the private chat the whole time. So do not press the full screen, please. Otherwise, you can't see the private chat. As you know, our dialogue is about 60 minutes. I'll be back when you are close to the end to say on the private chat to write, okay, we have more 10 minutes. Then again to say we have more 5 minutes. And then how can I pronounce your name? Yanina? You're mute.
Yanina, yes.
Yanina, nice. Because I'm Brazilian, so the pronunciations are really different sometimes. Just another reminder: do not forget to choose talking stick. To talk could be an object close to you, like this rock that I have here. You can choose anything that you have close to you. So whenever you want to talk, bring the talking stick to the camera to show to the others. Then you have the word. Then when you finish, put it back, and then the other do the same. Let me remember. Don't forget to mute and unmute yourself when you listen. Mute because it's better to the others listen, even the audience. Yeah, that's it. So Yanina will explain about the dialogue method. Yeah, that's it. So I'm giving my talking. Let's stick to Yanina. Have a nice dialogue. See you soon. Ciao, ciao.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. It's for me also a challenge to facilitate for first time Solidialogue session. So please bear with me. I'm somewhere in a very snowy northwest of Bulgaria, which is the poorest region of the European Union. However, I'm very intrigued because we have an amazing topic today. And the whole time that we have, I'm very hopeful we're going to use it in a way that, that we're happy at the end of those 60 minutes and we have really, we enjoyed deep listening and we enjoy also sharing. The whole idea of the Solidialogues, as far as I understood from the guidelines I got, is really to create a space for the thoughts that emerge from any of us and to build up on the collective intelligence, let's say, or the collective knowledge or this collective space in between us. So I would start with a check-in. I have this, I don't have very original talking stick, just a pen, but let's start with a check-in. And I would say the question would be how this topic of conviviality and resilience connects to where I am now, to what I do now, to here and now with you. So in my case, this would be I work, not that I only work, but I'm very much, especially in the last year, interested in the topic of resilience. And I am trying to translate it into practice by bringing young people from the cities to live for a month with elderly people in rural depopulating areas in poor regions. That's one part of it, but I think the deeper learning from it all is that I think the younger urban generation learns a lot about resilience from living in rural households, just being there, being present without a lot of theory behind it, let's say. So this was my check-in. I'm giving my talking stick to Sue. Sue, is it right? Yeah, okay.
Hello, my name is Sue Huang. I live in New York. I'm happy to be here today with all of you. I'm a professor at the University of Connecticut, a little bit north of the city here. And I'm in the Department of Digital Media and Design. And I teach interactive media and kind of creative coding, and my focus in my research is really about primarily ecological intimacies, human non-human relations, collective consciousness, and constructions of social memory. So thinking about how we can kind of construct new possibilities for the future. And I primarily work in kind of installation and digital media practices. So I exhibit work in museums and galleries, spaces. And that's my introduction. Thank you. Oh, and I pass the stick.
Okay, I take it and I give it then to Sharon. I'm sorry, is that the right? Okay, it's yours.
That is completely wrong, but don't worry about it. I'm Irish, and in the Irish language, the C is pronounced like the letter K. So my name is Kieran. And I can see you might know my second name is Bauer, which is a German name. So quite a few generations ago, my forefathers came from originally Germany. So I'm here as a first timer, very interested in the whole concept. I work in Trinity College Dublin in the research area of education. In the last few years, I've been working a lot on what we have in Europe called Erasmus projects. These projects get people from different countries in the European Union to work together to come up with ways and means of finding better ways to communicate and work together. In the area of communities of practice is probably where I've been focusing my research in the last few years. So in relation to this whole particular area, education, of course, is such a huge key. I was interested in what you were saying there about the young people. Yeah, if we can get young people educated in a very practical, constructivist, active way, in the way you described, that sounds to me something that the future will be bright if we have our policies in that way. So I think I shall go all the way to Brazil and offer my stick to Paula.
Thank you. I take it. I wish I was in Brazil, but I'm in South London. But I'm originally from Uruguay, so Latin America, so it's not that far from Brazil. So thank you, Kiran, for passing the talking object. So yeah, I'm based in London at the moment. I was trained as a social psychologist and worked for some time in community mental health. Now I'm part of an activist group, and I'm doing some research on art and mental health, or art and madness and distress. And yeah, I'm interested particularly in the idea of conviviality and practices of conviviality, especially because within mental health we have many institutions which prevent people from living together, both those inside and outside. So that's how I come here, and I'm really looking forward to hear more. So I pass the word to Nat.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So I'm originally from Greece. I've been living in the UK last 30 years. So I'm really excited and very happy to be part of this initiative. And especially now talking about conviviality and resilience. And I find myself not being able to talk to strangers and not being able to talk to a sort of people, meeting people randomly through various social activities, concerts, and social life, where I found it really stimulating. Also, I've been very active organizing workshops and teaching as a hobby. I work for myself at the moment. I'm kind of very insular. I do a bit of share trading as a job, and I have obviously a lot of hobbies. In a place like London, we live very sort of individualist, isolated lives, and we need to have these hobbies, interests, and so that we connect and we don't talk to our neighbours. And although I've moved to a new neighbourhood and there's a bit of neighbourhood going on and gossip and etc. So there seems kind of the elements of coming together. And even I suggested to a new neighbour, there's this thing, or in Britain they have these street dinners and parties, and said, how about having one like that in our street, maybe when we feel safer with vaccines and things at some point. Still, it's outdoors and it's possible. So really happy to be a part of this, and I'm very excited. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nat. I have this idea now. Before we go to the deeper question, let's say, do you want us maybe to explore a little bit what we do understand under resilience and conviviality in a more personal way? I would say in a more, what the meaning for each of us is, because I think there is a big think about vocabulary and the narratives behind different terms that just could have very different stories for each of us. So I'll just invite you for a small story, which is probably also personal related or context related. What is for you resilience and conviviality? For me, it was hard with this word conviviality. I have to say, I had to check it. It's not something I use on an everyday basis. So I'm going to see how if I was right in my interpretations. But so I gave my talking stick then to Paula, as she was the one working with that term also very professionally.
Okay, I take it, but I also don't know if I have much answers. I think conviviality, I think it has coexistence, and I think it's about being in this work together. And so I think it has the practice of how do we live together, and more maybe in relation to I was saying, the institutions that come on the way, that can be like buildings and institutions formally, but I can also, I think, be in practices and modes of relating, no? So the ways in which we avoid that conviviality. And I don't know, that would be for asking like why that happens. And I put the object in the middle for whoever wants to take it.
You're free to take it.
Like you, Janina, I had to double check conviviality because I have not heard this word for a very long time. I'm sorry to say. And so what is this conviviality? Well, yeah, sort of, just double check perhaps. And yes, perhaps even last year or year and a half with COVID, we're not really doing much of conviviality, or I feel I'm not doing much conviviality, or never came across, although we've been talking about communities and I hear about WhatsApp groups being created, and I'm very ambivalent being all these WhatsApp groups. And as soon as I'm a member of a WhatsApp group, I feel like I want to leave the group because I feel restricted and constrained, and I have to participate or engage with it because it feels so immediate. So, and on the question of resilience, how am I resilience weaning over time? Because it's just been going on for so long. And then it's, and I need to engage with people. I need to engage more with others and what's going on. And I don't know how and what way to do that. And then it kind of feels whatever I do, just like this, I'm sitting in front of a computer. And then it feels like I'm looking at a TV screen, a monitor, or it kind of feels one way, or it's kind of not fulfilling because I'm missing other people, I'm missing connections, and or sort of, or being with people in a three-dimensional way. and kind of what are those opportunities where we kind of experience the togetherness and the sharing experience, and also like kind of seeking opportunities really where we exchange ideas, and going back to what I mentioned, or talking to strangers and talking to different people, because it just everything becomes so political, everything becomes so kind of politicized, and every little thing, and especially when we're talking to strangers or coming from different countries, it's all sort of communicating in terms of political terms.
I guess I'll talk a little bit about conviviality in terms, it's not a term I use very often either, but I'll talk about it in terms of maybe some of my own work a little bit, just from my own perspective. Because I make a lot of work, just to give you a little background, I make a lot of work that has to do with installation work that has to do with audiences. So engaging different audiences in different ways. And a lot of my work revolves around these ideas of like constructing social memories, kind of like memories as a kind of collective body. And that in those kinds of constructions of social memories that creates, the potential for some sort of like social change as a whole, like cultural change. And so some of the work that I like rely on or like I read about, there's this anthropologist named Paul Connerton, and he talks about the idea of social memory or the construction of social memories through ritual practices. Like in ritual practices, I kind of like take that broadly, like it could be interpreted in many ways, like, maybe eating together or going for walks together or doing things collectively as a society, that when we construct those social memories, that's a kind of, he talks about it as a kind of like force against forgetting. And so I think that's like really interesting that, so he associates, kind of the disconnect of like modernity with kind of forgetting connections or forgetting personal memories or social memories. And so the construction of social memory then is a kind of like force or like a bulwark, a kind of like wall against that. And so then I think in the sense that in my own work, when I'm thinking about these constructions of like social practices that, or these kind of like social engagements, that when we create opportunities for social engagements, then we are creating those like memories of togetherness and conversations around topics of togetherness, which act as a kind of like bulwark then against that possibility of forgetting, right? And so I'll leave it at that.
I would jump here. I relate very much to what this anthropologist said. Maybe Sue, I wanted to ask you just to write down his name in the chat, so people that are not professionally, we can also maybe read something more. I wanted to share like the link. For me, it's a very personal thing. The last year, the resilience and living together, intergenerational. As my husband is a sailor, he works for Greenpeace, and I had to stay alone during the lockdown with my 3-year-old daughter, alone in an apartment in the middle of Sofia, like in the center of the center of the center, no access to nature. I don't have a driving license, and I mean, it was really like an insightful moment. That's, oh God, like, who am I relying on? Like, what I'm relying on? What are the bonds that are can keep us both safe and also psychologically alive? I would say, like in terms of mental health as well. Because when you're single, because I was like a temporary single mother, let's say, it's very hard. And turning this into my professional practice, where we try to create different chances of younger and older generation to engage, to interact, to meet each other. I just understood that we do this for the last 6 years, like people living in elderly houses and households for 1 month and more, creating something with the community, for the community, and also shorter volunteer stays and so on. I thought we need something more than this. Like we really need something more. We need to give back the trust, I think, between generation, also between the rural and the urban, in our case. And the thing with the COVID situation is that it just had this tendency to amplify tendencies that were already there. So things were already there. Trust was already missing, or the link between rural and urban was already breaking down. But then for me, it made it really, really visible that we needed like an urgent, something like urgent rethinking of values. And for me, the value of intergenerational co-living, let's say, was very important because also of memory, of resilience. And for me, then, just to finish that, resilience is about multiple relations, like vertical, horizontal, and all kind of relations that make us really able to overcome the challenges that are coming our way. So yeah, that's for me. Leaving my object, oh God, I left it somewhere in the middle.
That way. Yeah, there we are. I'll take it. Yeah, very interesting. COVID times has, without doubt, created a very, very different situation in, I think, all of our lives. I'm interested when you have conversations like this, it makes you think. And at the start of lockdown here in Ireland, over a year ago now at this stage, we had this explosion of Zoom conversations and Zoom meetings in a social place. We obviously, it was reasonably normal in the business world, but we had this explosion in the social area, and people you may not even have seen in a while, you suddenly were having Zoom conversations with. So it's funny how that initial resilience of adapting to the situation kicked in. But certainly what I've found over the last while is that's all stopped. People have been zoomed out, I think is the term that we have used a lot here in Ireland. And what has happened though, nothing really has taken its place. So people have really kind of pulled into their own shells, and this idea of resilience in a positive way. For the most part, the Irish population has been very good at keeping themselves in some level of lockdown, so they've shown resilience. But on the other hand, there has been very little to bring more conviviality or more joy or more happiness into the situation. So everyone respects that the sense is we have to put up with it. We really have to all knuckle down and do our bit for mankind. But really at the same time, there's very little conversations about how we can make each other's lives a little more happier or bring a little bit more joy into it. And it's funny, sitting here with you guys now, I mean that in a very unisex way, I might say, the sense of, am I doing enough, has suddenly hit me like a hammer on the head. What can I do when I step outside of this forum and maybe in some way add a little bit of conviviality to someone's life? Hope that's not too profound, but there you go. Back in.
I stay thinking with what Janina was saying about being, sorry, a single mother for some time. And this say that says it takes a village, sorry, to grow a child. No? So I was thinking of this idea of like how we need each other to support life, whether like it's a child life or it's an adult life. So yeah, I was thinking of that, and like for me, the word resilience, I was, okay, what it means resilience, because resilience somehow is kind of to be able to deal with something, no? But what do we want to deal with? Do we want to like kind of be able to endure this connection, because that doesn't really bring change? Or so I think it's interesting that the name to our group today is Conviviality as Resilience. So there is something there, like how not to find ways. We need to find ways to deal every day with this connection, which is part of our life, with COVID and without COVID. But then how also we find ways to change that. So I was thinking on that.
Okay, so I think we're slowly moving to something that in the Solidialogues is something which is part of the guidelines for the facilitator. We should have like a deeper question, but I think my strategy was to see where we all go all together. And I think I heard in your words, this I think this sitting with uncertainty where we are now, where we want to go, but also my question then would be, how can we imagine, or how do we imagine, let's say, a future? Don't be afraid of this bold formulation. We still have, I think, we still need these spaces to be able to dream big, right? So, how can we imagine a future that we would be very happy to be part of, and our grandchildren to be part of it? Yeah, sorry that it sounds very banal, probably, but for me, this is really the deeper question. Like, do I really, as also Paula said, where do we want to go? And it's still up to us, even though we have all these limitations, we still have the power, let's say, the freedom of intention. I would say the freedom to have intention for the future that we want. So, bold or not, that's my question to you. So I'm leaving my talking stick in the middle.
It's a question of the future. It's very good question, because it's that kind of feeling in the tunnel and seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So I've been vaccinated, and almost half of the population has been vaccinated. So we're just kind of coming out of the tunnel, and we're coming out into the future. So it just kind of, I feel it's supposed to, me, and I would like to be optimistic. I seem to be being more pessimistic, and we're defaulting back into what it was and the worst version of what it was before. Although perhaps the worst version, with the pressures that we have, then we're coming into it with increased awareness and with increased impetus of that we need to be, or I feel need to be proactive in a different way than I was before. I suppose I kind of feel the self-centeredness, or the need, and my pleasure seeking, or me and myself, how I can fulfill my interests and hobbies and needs, and suppose how can I be there in a perhaps bigger way or different way out there in the community, and seeking out those opportunities. And I feel this is also part of this, what we're doing here, very much so, and kind of feeling isolated, especially after Brexit and all this kind of going backwards with populism and retreating, and then how the European Union came about as a peace project, and that peace project is an ongoing peace project, and then it's about us, or individuals, that how can we be proactive by participating and engaging, supporting, helping out, or being there. I mean, I feel that the most important thing is being present, like now, all of us being present, to being here. And by being present, we feel included. I feel included, and creating the sense of a future of what is to come and initiatives of this type. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting what Nate is saying there, and to me, if we're ever going to truly move forward, it has to be about education. It has to be about education at root level. I mentioned at the start I'm involved in a number of Erasmus projects, which involves mainly for me working with teachers in different schools around Europe, and the most fascinating part always is that we're all the same. We all have the same issues, the same. I'm not a teacher myself. I'm an educator more than a teacher, but it's very much when these teachers from different countries get together, they realize that they have the same worries, same concerns, and yet they're not aware of it. They are in isolation. This obviously is the same situation with students of teachers in all these different locations. So I honestly believe that the wider the spectrum of understanding of other societies, other peoples, it's there. Look at all of us at the moment: Bulgaria, New York, London, Dublin, Ireland. This to me is has to be a major part of the future of using technology in a way that can reach out and we can learn from each other. And I think there's obviously a massive gap in poverty in certain parts of the world and different areas like that. Again, being able to use some level of technology to reach out and make that more familiar to people in different scenarios. A very simple example would be I'm involved in a local school, and we have a partnership here in Dublin, in a place called Donabate in Dublin, Ireland, with an NGO in Cambodia. And that started about 5 years ago. It's a primary school, so very young children from the age of 4 or 5 up to 11 or 12 years of age. I can honestly say our school now is probably the authority on Cambodia in Ireland, in the sense that over the last 5 years, this relationship that has developed, not only do you have this bond, do you have this understanding, but the learning that has gone on day in, day out between the NGO in Cambodia and the school in Ireland has just been mind-blowing. Every student in the school understands some words of Cambodia or Khmer, sorry. And on top of that, any one of the students could pinpoint Cambodia on a map. 6 years ago, I would have been struggling to be absolutely certain where on the map, if I was given a blank map of where Cambodia was. I'd probably have a good educated guess, but now it's this. I suppose what I'm really saying is that there are so many opportunities to reach out, so many opportunities to understand and learn about different cultures, and we now have the means in relation to communication tools like this. So keep forgetting where to stick that back, but there you go.
So I'm just like listening, and I'm also thinking about, thinking about like how do we change the future? Just kind of like this very like simple idea, very straightforward idea, but, and I'm thinking about like this idea of like education, but also like the multi-generational like living, and so I see if I can kind of like just kind of like parse out some of the things we're all talking about. It's like this, there's this kind of like vertical connections between like, different generations, which is like both educational and also like within the family, but then also we have like these horizontal connections, like both like geographically, like over time. And so like what we're doing here is kind of like geographical connections. And those things together are like a way of maybe breaking down boundaries, you know, like maybe nationalistic boundaries or generational boundaries. And so I like that idea that, you know, it's kind of like a multi-pronged approach, that it's not just like one answer per se, but I'll say like maybe, you know, capitalism, you know, is a very like hierarchical structure in which it, you know, creates like boundaries between countries. It creates like boundaries between like different generations and different stratas of society. And so I think I see some of the things we're talking about as kind of like counterforces or ways of like counteracting that effect, so that those kinds of differences or hierarchies or boundaries become not the only defining thing in our culture or in our, I'll say society as a kind of like world society, not like as a particular, from like a particular country. So yeah, I'll leave at that.
I was again. I tend to like to turn it very. You know, I just need a pragmatical image. That's why I always turn it into something that I know probably. That's how the human brain works. And I from what I heard also, I totally agree. It's not exactly agree. It's something in me that is really co-sensing with what you're saying about education. And I would say also capitalism is something that needs to be changed as something that is like defining the interpersonal relations. And talking about, I think I have really an amazing chance to be in a country that is really like with the lowest GDP in Europe, with the fastest depopulating country in the world. And there's so many problems that you have to think, like it urges you to think, to rethink the existing system, right? And I honestly, 2 days ago, I saw on on the internet, I was searching for a space where it could host more than one family, because I think it's a very crazy idea that one family lives alone. I think this is one of the since I experienced what I experienced in the last lockdown, I think that's really crazy. And around me, there's so many other families that are struggling being alone in an apartment. And I just, I scrolled and I saw this is a very, Bulgaria is cheap or relevant, like relatively cheap country compared to the other EU countries, of course. Not for us, as we also get Bulgarian salaries. But anyway, for example, I just found this old hut with 18 rooms inside and 2 huge, like 600 square meters, and 3 acres of yards in the mountain, in the Balkan Mountain, which is a very beautiful place next to a very beautiful Renaissance village. And and I thought, okay, I really think I want to do this, and really I want to try this out. And education stands, of course, the first thing that could stop us or being an incentive for 7 or 8 families to move. But the more I talk to people, the more I understand that many of them are on that understanding already. There is some kind of fear or lack of trust, which is also very, I think it's very typical for the Balkans in some way, or Bulgaria, or let's say, not to generalize, but it's part of the history. And I think everyone feels the need. Everybody sees the urgent need. Everyone wants totally different education for their kids, which is children-centered. And then there is this big fear that there's some strings connecting you to the old that you know. which I really am asking myself about what is stopping us, like what is stopping us from the changes that we see that are, or I mean, they're emerging, right? The future is emerging in front of our eyes. What is stopping us from getting there, being present? As Nat said, I also think I share this notion that I think being present is the most radical thing you can do. Like that's the most radical thing. And so now thinking about this as an image, my dream, like as a dream, is I'm like professionally also working in this direction, is to open the hundreds of closed schools in the rural areas. We managed to open one last year, even for a small amount of time, but still it was a gesture to open these abandoned spaces and to fill them again with life. And it was something amazing. It was something amazing in many ways. I'm not going to get into details, but I just think it's not that it's possible. It's almost there. And I don't think it's just something big is stopping us from like doing it or being there, but I think it's inside all of us. It's actually the human nature. I think it's not like we have a very old brain, you know, the brain is from the reptile time. It's really, really, really old thing. And it's look around us, everything is moving with such a pace. And we have this very, very old part in the brain that really stops us from getting where our brain knows that we should go there, but the fears are so big. So that's my question to the collective mind. Why we don't do it? No one is actually stopping us right now. I mean, okay, there are some limitations right now, but I mean, not that many. I mean, still, if you want, we can do it.
So I was thinking, what you made a question, no? What stop us? And I was thinking if fear stop us, because I feel like I can connect with the idea of being present, but and also the amount of tools we have to be present. So technology, no, also that was mentioned. But I also wonder, like, technology has been a tool to be present in ways like that weren't the best, no? So I come from Latin America, so it was technology, the possibility of navigating, that also bring colonization to that continent. So how we connect with each other and be present in ways that aren't violent or that are really like a way of encountering. So I wonder, for example, with this idea of, I'm also searching for housing solutions, and yeah, absolutely, like I don't know, thinking of technology also. I lived some time in Switzerland, and the washing machine was shared for the whole building, and it makes so much sense that we don't have each a washing machine in each flat, no? But so then the why we stop ourselves from doing things, and sometimes for me, I wonder, like, presence and attention, if it can like be a kind of double blade, especially with a background in psychology, like care, systems of care can well be ways of supporting lives or ways to get people trapped in systems of justice, which are making justice to whom or are serving which system. So I don't know, just questions, but wondering if it's fear and how we deal with attention and a presence that is welcoming of all lives.
Fear is an excellent word. Just to bring it back, I suppose, into the education sphere again, it's interesting that both of you would like that environment of a child-centered type of school, which thankfully is growing bigger and bigger. The school I'm involved in is it's called Educate Together, and the whole ethos is very much about child-centered. What's interesting there, though, for me, is that sense of the parents it really boils down to the parents saying, yes, I need to get over the fear factor of doing something different, not only in your approach to what it is you want for your children, but so many parents want what's best. Now, define what is what's best. Unfortunately, it gets tied up in an economic, who can earn the most money, who can get on, who's the most ambitious, when really it's about nurturing the child. It's really about getting that child to think for themselves from a very, very early age, and pushing in a good way more of the responsibilities onto the children making decisions. So anyone that at this moment in time feels they want to change the approach for their children, I love the idea, certainly love the idea of 18 families, if I got that right, or eight families in some level of community. But it's the community of practice within the school, I think, would be absolutely incredible. If, again, the economic situation would allow that. But without question, pooling together from an education point of view would be staggering, and could very well have some really, really interesting social attributes going forward. There you go.
I'll just continue on the education topic because I also teach and I also have children, and so it's something I think about a lot. Is how do we provide the tools for young people to become independent thinkers, and how to become independent thinkers, and how to think about how they can contribute to social change and contribute to society. And it's kind of, I mean, it can really be like a battle, because I mean, there is a lot of focus right now. I don't know how it is in other places, but I think in the US, there's a lot of focus on in education, like, you paid a lot of money for college, so what are you going to get out of it? Like, how are you going to make money then to recover your costs? And this has kind of been going on for a long time, and it's really the trickle down effect goes all the way to the level of just like even the class content, like what do you teach? Like, is that going to be useful for the students? And it affects how the students think. Like, if I take this class, is that going to help me get a job that pays enough for? And I don't want to discount that, there's true economic concerns for the students, especially when in the US they're going into so much debt to attend school. But I think the whole model, which revolves around this kind of exchange of money for education, and then therefore you need to like recover those costs, is like really damaging it's really damaging to education. And it's really hard to get away from that, because it infiltrates everything. It infiltrates the way the students think, and infiltrates the way the faculty think, and the administration. And as just like one professor in a whole system, I'm always thinking about like, well, how do we as individual teachers, educators who may believe in something different, like how do we contribute to changing that kind of dialogue, or contribute to changing that kind of paradigm? And all I can do as a single person is to try to resist that in the classroom, right? To try to introduce new ideas to the students, to introduce new modes of thinking, to listen to their concerns about the economics of education, also to not dismiss that, but to also see if there are other models outside of that. Yeah, so I'll leave that.
I just have to remind you, or just to say that we have 10 minutes left. Incredible. Just that.
I hope you can hear me, but I'll just speak a bit louder. I'll follow up what Sue was saying on education and capitalism. And an educational system very much part of the capitalism, especially. I feel that in the UK because I'm considering doing another degree, and the cheapest undergraduate degree is £10,000. So whichever university you do, it's £10,000, depending on the university, even higher. So I'm looking at master's degrees, another 10,500 at King's College, which so maybe it's better for me to do a master's as opposed to doing an undergraduate, because I wanted something that go on for a few years and I can learn, and that just kind of feels most efficient way of spending my money. So I'm just thinking of education more in terms of education for the sake of education, or education for vocation, and do we get jobs at the end? And I'm thinking back of my education coming from the Balkans, as Janina, you mentioned, in the education in the Balkans, and I come from a farming background, and thinking of my dad, who didn't even finish primary school. My dad can build a house, can work the land. He's incredibly practical and efficient and resourceful. Whilst I'm sort of me going to school and going high school and university and all that, I hate all that. I hated working the land, the tractor. I hated the noise. It was a Belarus tractor made in, former Soviet Republic, and it's the noise I loathed and didn't want to drive because I had to drive it, and I don't drive now because I loathe driving or anything. I tried to get a driving license, and I've just kind of aversion of driving. So it was kind of because the education, obviously I was like studying the classics, classical Greek, and the literature, and I kind of become all very aspirational, obviously, with education, all middle class values that were being taught, and completely disassociated from the realities I was living. Obviously, the farming community. What do we need? And be more efficient and working the land, and what do we need there? What is important, as opposed to going on a tangent, all this classical literature and what have you. But I'm thinking of studying history. I'm not looking at something more practical. What can I get and what can I do out of it? Just these higher needs. So education being part of the capital is very much like driven by capitalism and finance, and it's not as relevant because I ended up studying social sciences and psychology and all sorts of airy-fairy, which I feel completely impractical. I ended up working in a business and corporate, which is not very relevant. And then I studied business again. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I slowly invite you that we do kind of check out, let's say, what I'm taking out of this 60 minutes with those people who didn't knew 60 minutes ago. What can I take now from this? And yeah.
What can I take from this is it's fascinating how we all share things together. I'm not saying we're all completely on the same page. You don't particularly ever want that. But it's so funny talking about resilience. I think we could all do one of these every day to take your mind off what's going on in the world, to reflect and just to communicate in this way. I was very nervous at the start. Well, nervous is stretching it, but I was a little bit uncomfortable at the start because, like everyone said, I looked up conviviality, looked up social resilience, and put them together and said to myself, I wonder, can I actually make a sentence that is coherent using those words? But what I've found is that we could talk about anything, that the actual fact of coming together and communicating and sharing each other's perspectives is extremely positive, extremely convivial to all our lives. And that's pretty much what I'm taking out of it. So,
Yeah, I think to follow along with that, I think it's interesting because our conversation is kind of a good example of the topic then, because then, yes, through the conversation and the joining together of this kind of social cultural encounter, we maybe in some way create some sort of like resilience against other forces, which would be the opposite. And so it's through, and I think it's this idea, like through simple action, like Janina, as you were saying, like being present as well, together, that in itself is a powerful thing. And for me, it's comforting to think that even in simplicity, some problems can be solved, or there can be some sort of movement towards solutions. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I feel very grateful to have this chance to listen to other thoughts and to think with others. So yeah, I think it's true. It was it was an example of conviviality, and it's a nice practice. I keep thinking this community of practices that Kiran was saying, and yeah, this is a nice community and a nice practice. Thank you.
Nate, I'll just add one little bit of humor and then over to you, okay? Straight after this communication, there is a big rugby match. Some of you might be familiar with the game rugby. It's football rugby between Ireland and England. And I can assure you that all of this wonderful togetherness is gone. There will be the Irish guys against the English guys, and you can only pick one side. So there are moments in life when not being the same is also a positive thing. Okay, Nate, over to you.
Thank you, Kieran. Yes, it was interesting for me reading the difference between dialogue and discussion, and the way the dialogue takes place. And I was very much like Kieran, apprehensive because of the camera and we being present with the camera is very much a performative space where it's kind of about performing. I speak and you listen, I say something, and there's kind of that element, obviously, just turning up like this and speaking has that element of performance, and this is being broadcast and recorded and whatever. So that kind of adds the extra pressure of performing, and then the way we've entered into a dialogue with Janina, and I forget his name, Juma's introduction, and it's kind of how eased ourselves into the dialogue, and it's I've enjoyed them, and looking forward to participating in a similar initiatives. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I really enjoyed, first of all, these 60 minutes. What I'm taking maybe is that notion or an insight that sometimes we kind of take urgent for more important than important. Like urgent becomes more important than the really important things just because it's urgent. And it's interesting that we all know somehow what needs to be done and still we're not there. And I'm still with this question. We'll sit with it and trying to understand more on that. Now I was invited by, I would be glad to keep in touch with you guys. You can find, I mean, on LinkedIn, I think my name is absolutely the same. So please feel free. I will be happy to connect. And I was asked to close this session with a sound. I don't do it. So I don't know how it sounds, but it's just a glass. Doesn't sound really good, but I can make a concert out of glasses. And it's the end of this beautiful conversation and a dialogue. And with real gratitude, thank you so much for the shared time, thoughts, and space. Thank you.
Thanks, Janina. Was a beautiful sound. Thank you. We use a sound to start and to close as like to reboot our minds. So it was really precious. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to share 2 links with you. The first of them, it's on private chat, is the Wonder link. It's a place that we created, kind of a break. So once you're there, you can meet people from the other dialogues. You just need to drag your profile through the space to find the others. Then your camera will open, and then you can have new dialogues with people, just like internal people, no audience. And the second one, it's our survey. So when you have a short time, please share your feedbacks with us, because this helps us a lot to grow our initiative. Okay? That's it. Thank you so much, guys. Beijo. Have a nice weekend. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Nice to meet you all.
Bye. Thanks.
Ciao.
Bye. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. All good?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Good morning from Brazil. Being really nice to watch all of you today. Thank you so much for your presence. My name is Gima from Solidialogues. I'll be here guiding and help you through the dialogue all the time on the private chat. So please do not press the full screen. Otherwise, you can see the private chat. So if you need something, write it there for me. Or also, if you want to share some link or some reference during the dialogue with the others, you can share it there. As you know, our dialogue is about 60 minutes. And I'll come back close to the end to say on the private chat, we have more 10 minutes. Then again, we have more 5 minutes, less words, and then we close the dialogue. Don't forget to choose something, let's see, to be your talking stick. Could be anything like this camera that I have close to me. So you can choose anything that you have close to you. So whatever you want to talk, bring the talking stick to the camera, then pick the word to you. And then when you end, put it back to the others. Do not forget to mute and unmute yourself. So when you listen, mute yourself because it's better for the audience to listen to you as well. Just another reminder for our dialogue method that is inspired on David Bohm. So he used to say that the dialogue, it's not a discussion. It's about be briefly and precise, to listen like you want to be heard, and speak from your heart. Okay, so to start, I'll give my talking piece on the center. So because I'm gonna remove myself on the screen, and then I would like to invite who wants to start to bring the talking stick to the center, present yourself to the others, and you can start the dialogue saying what brought you to here today, to this dialogue, and then see how the dialogue goes through these words, and then the magic happens. Okay? So have a nice dialogue. Soon.
Thank you.
So this is my talking stick. Bye-bye.
Who is first?
Okay, I can start.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should introduce ourselves now.
Mm-hmm.
So my name is Teresa. I sitting in Prague right now. I work for Goethe-Institut Prague. I'm an editor of Czech, Slovak, German magazine called Jadu. And I'm also a writer and journalist. So that's who I am. And I like to know, who are you?
Hello, I'm Andrea, and I live in Rome. I'm part of the Sud Association. The Sud is an anti-mafia association that was born in southern Italy in 2005. And in the following years, it moved to Rome. And we have a big project in the city of Rome that is a popular academy of anti-mafia and rights. We are located in the southern part of the city, near the Cinecittà Studios, cinema studios, and we have a big project of education in a school in the city of Rome. We are partner of Goethe-Institut in Rome, and so in these last years, we took part to different projects of Goethe-Institut, and our project of my association is education and communication and transformation of places in the city. So it's a project that goes through different fields of social action. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my camera is weirdly positioned on my laptop. It's at the bottom and I can't find it really. So hi, my name is Kuba. I live in Warsaw, Poland, and professionally I work as a researcher and curator at the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw. But here, well, I'm rather representing a countrywide organization known as the Anti-Fascist Year, which is a big network of artists and activists, cultural, political institutions, NGOs, politicians, everyday people who for 2 years have been collaborating, more than 2 years, like 3 years maybe, have been collaborating on creating like big social, cultural, educational, and political program to refute the rise of, neo-fascist politics in Poland. And we collaborated with Goethe-Institut on that. We have run a number of workshops and lectures on contemporary fascism in different parts of the world, together with the help of Goethe-Institut. So that's how I ended up here. You are muted.
Good afternoon. My name is Aliya Balapanova. I'm living in Munich, Germany. I'm from Kazakhstan, Almaty, and I'm researcher. And my project about dual education. I interested in how can we this experience with dual education use in Kazakhstan. And also I interested in distance learning. It's now is a very important and acute issue. And I can hear or now know about it, maybe. Okay. Can I? I think distance learning has become acute worldwide during the pandemic, and I can say shortly about education, distance learning education in Kazakhstan now. In Kazakhstan, for example, there are more than 500,000 teachers in Kazakhstan, and then 65,000 of whom is not equipped with smartphones or computers or that have the power to run the necessary programs, send a signal, and etc. And the second point is it's most important thing. It's not even that, but the digital competence of the teachers. Maybe it's also important problem in your countries. Could you tell about it? This digital competence of teachers. Thank you.
Okay, and we can say that distance learning, I think also thanks to our experience in this last year, that in which pandemic issue transformed, changed our lives. We think that distance learning is not the only way for the education of the future, but I consider it an opportunity, and I think that the digital competence are necessary for the citizen of the future, and I think that the school must be digital. Okay, it's not it's different to image a digital school to image a school that can live only through the distance learning. Okay, and distance learning can help the school for the experience, for the meetings, for the chairs, as we are doing in this moment. But I think that the revolution for my country, for Italy, is to image a digital school, not a school that lives through the digital distance. Okay, because we saw through our experience, through my association, that we are located not in the center of the city, but in the periphery of the city. There are problems for the digital learning, problems for the connection, problems for the digital divide that our children, our students, our families live. So the way that we have to run is the digital school. That I repeat, that is different from the digital learning, or the distance learning. That is anyway is a big opportunity for everyone.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not a teacher, so I can't speak from my own experience. I can only say what I hear, or what I'm observing in my country. And I think a year ago we couldn't really imagine what can happen whole year long in the education. I would say something from my own experience, which is in being a member of writer association. Usually writers are based in capitals and they meet in cafes and have a lot of time. That's a stereotype. But I see how Andrea said, it's bad, but it's also an opportunity. And as a member of our association, I saw that many people from regions could really participate on events which were online, and they were taking part of it as leaders suddenly. So normally they would not expect, they would always say an excuse, I can't be part of this, I can't be doing this because I'm not living in the capital, so I'm out of this. This is my experience. When I speak with my colleagues who are teachers, I see a lot of despair. I see a lot of they are all very tired. And I think we all see how important it is to meet. We maybe don't have to speak. We don't have to have the same opinion, but we need to share a lot of stuff which happens when two people meet, and maybe they are a bit dirty or not so healthy, everybody. But I see it. This is just my observation. I think what Andrea said, I find very interesting. I think this last year showed us that digital can be really good, but we have to change it as positive as it possible is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a super interesting topic for me, and I partly agree with both Andrea and Teresa said, because I also do a lot of stuff in the public programming of our museum, and I cooperate with the educational department. But I rather in my work, I usually work with grown-up audiences and do some reading groups, lectures, workshops for adults. And in my professional experience, using more digital tools was actually pretty good for the program because we could reach wider audiences. We have now, like 2 years ago, when we were organizing any kind of meeting, discussion, anything, we had to rely on people from the capital, just like Teresa said, from Warsaw. And now when I organize a lecture on anything in our museum, we can, people are participating from all around the world. We have, Polish people joining us from the States, Australia, Asia, wherever, which is fantastic, which is, it's super great. On the other hand, I have a younger brother who is still in high school, and from his experience, digital school is nightmare. And I know that in Poland, the situation with the public school system was very bad before the pandemic. And now I think it's, dramatic, really. Like I read in an article recently that 1 in every 10 children, so it's like 10% of children don't have tools to participate in lessons. For example, they have, 1 computer for the whole family, for parents to work and children to learn, right? Teachers lack digital competences totally. Like even in the big cities, although my brother is going to, so-called good high school, still many of his teachers can't really comply. And it's the same with the universities. Like if the teacher, is creative and is able to, use digital tools, then the classes are interesting. But as far as I know, in most of, primary, secondary, and even university level education, it's very, very bad. It's boring. Everyone is tired. And also recently there's been a huge report in Poland, which is quite dark, on the psychological health of students, teachers, which is, rapidly going from bad to even worse. There's the suicide rates of young people are going super up in the recent year. So I think that situation, the education system is terrible. We lack competences and we lack any kind of, utilities. Yeah. No.
Okay, thank you. Kuba, you say about your brother, yeah, and I think offline and online teaching is completely different, yeah, model, because it is impossible to completely switch to distance learning by simple translating this existing training content, yeah, and into the electronic format. And I think it's keeps the attention, yeah, students, yeah, because teacher competent with huge entertainment system, yeah, because all young people play PlayStation or yeah something, and they keep his their attention, yeah, long time. But teacher who mostly boring, yeah, taught about one tema, it's yeah not interesting. I think it's about digital competence, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Teresa, do you want to speak? Okay. Or
I would have a question to Kuba, but you can speak if you want, no problem.
Thank you. And I'm think to the last words of Alicia, and I think that the school cannot live only in a distance learning. It's impossible because school is a community, and a community that has its rituals. Okay, and so the life, the digital life for young people is a life that has no rhythm. Okay, and it's boring, it's monotone. Okay, it doesn't live of interactions that only a room, a classroom can give this opportunity. So the problem of the distance learning is also, I repeat what I said before, that is the rhythm. Okay, for example, in Italy, if in the normal school the lesson is of 1 hour, during an online lesson can be 45, 50 minutes. Okay, it's shorter for the problem of the managing of the interactions with children. And I think also that that a camera gives the image of your private life, of your room, of your family, can be in some context can be a problem for the children, because it's to show the intimacy of the family. This is another problem. So I think that the digital learning is a great opportunity for a graduated person, okay, for skilled person that have a great great I don't find the word great desire of growing, okay, through the education. But for for the children that doesn't know their future, that they are in a particular moment of their life, the digital distance, the digital learning can be an obstacle and not an opportunity. So I think that the digital tools are very important, but we have to stay in a common place in the classroom, because school is a community. And for our experience in this education project in Rome, we have the proof that to live as a community is very, very important, especially in periods of crisis like the one we are living since 1 year.
I would have a question. Where is it? I'm thinking, what I'm thinking a lot right now is how, what consequences will all this have on all of us? I mean, at all generations, because the consequence of a child which is at home and has to sit in front of the computer, and just imagine years ago there were people yelling at the children, don't sit in front of the computer still. I don't want you in front of the computer whole day. What are they saying now? You know, it's really funny. So I would like to know what are your ideas on this, and really I'm interested in all the generations. I think we are all connected with this social distancing issue.
Sorry, I argue with Andrea. Yeah, school is a community, and it's very important for. It is very important communicate. Yeah, verbal communicate. Yeah, I know with my children it is very important, but now it's reality, and we must accept this. Yeah, and I think maybe we must learn. Yeah, teaching online or. Yeah, and I have a question to Teresa. Yeah, could you tell about your journal? Journal, you said? Do you say it about journal? Yeah, thank you.
So Yadu is a magazine. We have all our articles are in Czech or Slovak and German. Czech or Slovak means we understand, the Czechs understand Slovak and Slovaks understand Czech, so it doesn't really matter. And this is a new format. A year ago we were just Czech German. But now we see this is important to hold together. And we work, we have like a normal, we have like 3 boxes. It's enviro, it's society and culture. And we have like 3 times or 4 times a year a topic, a main topic, which gives like the idea of the of maybe 3 months what we write about. Right now we had oh, that's funny. We had a topic called Im Rausch. Rausch means when I say drugs, it's just drugs, but it can be alcohol, it can be rituals, it can be magic. So we were writing about everything which makes us a bit beyond us. So it was very funny for me because there was really a lot of drugs and a lot of alcohol and a lot of ayahuasca and a lot of really weird stuff. So I could cooperate with many weird people who were writing for me their stories. And our idea is really to write about stories which were not told yet. So we are not mainstream, we are very tiny, and we don't regret it. We are happy to be a tiny magazine, and we really look for something what was not written yet, but what should be told. And we have many contributors, and we are still searching for new ones. We cooperate with some already established journalists, but also students or people from academic field or reporters. So I'm also cooperating with one homeless person. So we are really open and always looking for new stories. I will write the link to this to this chat.
Thank you.
And I actually had a question on Cuba. Did you say you work in museum? Okay, I would be really interested. How do you see the role of the museum right now, and especially the future? If the digital way we speak right now and live right now, if it will help or not really.
Yeah, thanks for the question, because this is a thing that me and my colleagues we've been thinking for quite some time now. because our museum is receiving its new building next year. So we are moving from a very small building to like a big, proper, modernized museum, like I don't know, like Maxi in Rome, for example, to refer to something Andrea might know, like a big, building and big institution. And no one is happy with that. No one wants to actually work in this big institution. And, both with political changes, climate crisis, pandemic, more and more we see that the traditional way museums have been organized is not going to work well for us anymore. Like collecting objects and displaying them makes less and less sense. So we don't really know in which way we would like to go, but there are in the field of researching and thinking on the role of the museums in the contemporary world, there are so many new interesting ideas. And our main curator and my boss is most charmed with the idea of museum as a sanctuary, as a place where you always can retreat, where you can find peace, when you can find help, where you can find something, very different from the outside world, something that may seem antiquated or not very useful, but it's necessary for cultural and social reasons. So we obviously try to share the space of the museum and our resources and budgets with different groups, also groups that are being attacked or marginalized politically. We support all kind of, feminist, LGBTQ plus movements, ecological movements. Obviously, we have a very strong young people's ecological movement in Poland. So we try to support them as much as we can. We try to connect artists and social movements, and we try to make artists also make use of their competences and their imagination in different contexts outside of the art world. So if you ask me what's the role of museum, it's definitely we're not going to be the main source of images or objects, because that's going digital, definitely. You can experience art digitally, and this is perfectly fine for everyone, I guess. What museum can give you is just, different qualities. And yeah, we kind of like the idea of museum as a sanctuary, as a place for those who have already lost their faith in society, politics, the world as it is, and to offer, something different, a different experience, and also to support everyone who's, struggling for any kinds of progressive agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, and if I'm not wrong, before you asked what's the feelings of the students during the pandemic crisis, during the passage from the normal didactic to the digital didactic. And for our experience, we saw in the students a sense of isolation, a sense of frustration, and a sense of uselessness. Okay, and because it was these feelings were sounds of a general situation, but thanks to the cooperation, the dialogue with the school, with the teachers, with the all the people who were the human resources of the school, we imagined some tools, some instruments that were that could give an opportunity during the pandemic crisis. For example, our association has a digital web radio, okay, and it's called Radio da Sud. I can leave our link. And for example, many students used the tool of this radio and as a storytelling tool. They could tell us how they lived the pandemic crisis, and they could have the opportunity to create something. Okay, So there was the distance, there was the problem of communication, but we found a way of dialogue. We gave them the opportunity to tell us their feelings, their afraid, their thoughts, and we used also the Facebook as a place where we could tell our life during the pandemic crisis. All the components of the association, that we are journalists, we are communicators, we are social operators, psychologists, sociologists, and we every day one of us wrote a little tale about the pandemic crisis. And it was a successful example of auto-narration, of auto-storytelling. And so we collected also all these articles, and we made a book. Okay, that is the auto-narration of a community that lives a pandemic crisis. Okay, and so we were happy to have finding an opportunity of narration during the pandemic crisis, because in the first days, in the first weeks, we were afraid for a situation that nobody has never lived in his life. And so we had this capacity of adaptation to a new situation. And this is we can say an intelligent use of digital tools. But we know that cannot be our life. This was a moment, and then so when there was the opportunity to get back to have our activity in presence, we were very happy. But we know that we will not get back to the old normality. We are going towards a new normality that nobody knows. So I would like to, if it's possible, if you can tell us for your life, for your work, for your community, for your association, for your newspaper, and how do you imagine this new normality? Okay, for us, the new normality will be a mixing between the old life and the presence of the new digital tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, I live in a country which is not really done with COVID right now. So I don't see any happy ending for us right now. And I admire you seeing already some normalities, and I'm a bit jealous. I have to tell you, I had to stop reading newspaper, which is very weird for me since I'm a journalist, but I had to survive somehow in my head, which is kind of hypochondriac and psychotic, especially in apocalypse, which I didn't ever believe to be experiencing. I was experiencing happily in the books, but not this is too much for me. So I can't really imagine a new normality, I have to tell you. In my work, it's okay. I work for a online magazine, so we were online the whole time. So actually, we are right now very happy. But I'm also a writer, and for actually many people were telling me, you must be so happy right now, you have so much time, you can write about this all. The problem is my head is so I can't really describe it. It's like in 100,000 pieces, and I can't put them together, which was maybe also earlier the problem. But right now the pieces are very getting more and more weird. So I can't really write, and when I write something, I don't think it's really good because it's kind of autotherapy. What happened to me 2020 and it's not really interesting. So actually I also give up on somehow. I hear a lot of recommendation in the media, like we have to survive this and you can manage it and you can do it and don't worry and money is not so important, saying financial experts. Today I heard I saw a title, a bank expert saying during the pandemic times we realized money is not important, and I was just like, okay, you have to be bank experts to think this. So I kind of don't know anything, I have to tell you. And this is funny because we live in a world full of information, right? So I'm a bit jealous that you see some signs of new normality in our country, with totally fucked up politics. I can't say it better wording. Sorry, I don't see any tendencies to anything called normal.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for a moment, return to what you said, Andrea, before you asked your question, because we kind of did the same thing with our museum, because one of the artists that we work with, she's an artist who works and creates mostly for children, like very young children, 5 to 12, let's say. And we just gave her budget at the very beginning of the pandemic to establish a children's newspaper. And she's the main editor, but all the authors are children who simply send their texts, and we publish them both online, and we print a little bit, as much as we can earn. And we also do a radio broadcast run by children telling their stories of life in the pandemic. So yeah, I know what you're speaking about, because it's pretty amazing. It's like the best art of the COVID times. It's the children's broadcast. It's amazing, like much better than the new analysis by Slavoj Žižek or whatever. Much more interesting. And to really honestly answer your questions, I believe that this is the new normality. I mean, like those kinds of catastrophes and unpredictable events are going to be the new normality. When we're done with COVID, then we'll have to deal with either another pandemic or sea level rising, or sudden cyclones that were never here, but due to the global warming are coming to our parts of the world, or the lack of potatoes in Poland, which are going extinct in Poland, and we won't have any more potatoes in 20 years. I think those kind of events that we're going now through are the new normal. And I don't know if there's a way to get used to it, but I know that the relationship between humans and planet are going into an unstable condition, and all kinds of those catastrophes are going to be happening throughout the rest of our lives. This is what I believe is the new normality.
I want to say thank you Yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, and yeah, I think it's a great idea. This project of Goethe-Institut, this platform. Yeah, I think it's first time. Yeah, and first experience. Yeah, I think it's very important now.
I think that Teresa was speak about infodemia. Okay. She doesn't read any more newspaper, and she's a journalist. Paradox of these times.
Should I say something more about it? For me, it's very interesting, the topic of information and feelings. And I don't know how other heads work, but my head is very emotional. And when I hear the hospitals are in collapse, and you know, a year ago we were looking at Bergamo and thinking, oh my God, disaster! This can't happen here. And there was nothing happening in the first wave of COVID last year in Czech Republic. Right now it's disaster, and I hear it every day, everywhere. But it doesn't help me to survive my day. So the only possibility for me is kind of stay untouched. So of course I Google a lot of stuff when I'm doing my research on some articles, or you can't really get out of media to in the times we live right now. So I'm kind of still infected, but I stopped observing the numbers of people who are dying and who were infected, because it didn't bring me in good mental health, and I also didn't feel good just because these are just numbers, and these numbers I felt it's very superficial, because it didn't give me I couldn't imagine any stories behind these numbers. And I also felt a bit like, you know, like you put the radio on and you hear, okay, there's something happening in Rwanda, and there's something happening in Istanbul, and there's something happening in Africa, and you just get very phlegmatic. And I don't want to be like this. So I had to change my way of consuming.
Yes. I can say I'm not sure. Maybe it's not Tema, but in Chinese, crisis is state from two hieroglyphs. Yeah, one is crisis. Yeah, and second is a possibility. Yeah, and we can use this. Yeah, and I think this year was good for me, for my family, because I can spend a lot of time with my children, with my family, and I can spend a lot of time for my self develop, yeah, and I can see what is important and what is not important for me. Yeah, and I had a lot of time for reading, yeah, for learning. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's reality, and now I think we have perspective, good perspective, positive. Yeah. And we soon come in normally life. I think so.
I agree with the words of Alicia in that we have to leave the crisis as an opportunity, as a possibility, and the opportunity to change our point of view on the life, on the society, on the future. But it's not easy. It's not easy, and the words also of Teresa about the information are important for understanding how media changes our point of view about life. And in Italy, in these days, there is an experiment of a group of journalists that they are trying to live a month without news. Okay, and it's very, very interesting. And I don't know how it is to live without news. I don't know what are the results of this experiment, but it's interesting, and we can say that in Italy, two news had more importance than COVID news: the death of Diego Armando Maradona and the government crisis. in this last year, and COVID is the king of the news. It looks that we live 24 hours a COVID experience. Okay, I think that is a global phenomenon.
I think we have 10 more minutes. I would like to know, like, how do you imagine your life in 1 year?
Is this a job interview, actually? Yes, I want to rise in the structure and be the manager, not the one being governed. No.
You will be reading newspapers for me, so.
Oh, then I'm not taking this job. No, really. I mean, I don't think a lot is going to change in Poland in the next year. Neither for the worse, nor for the better. So I guess in 1 year, I will still be mostly thinking about whether they're going to prolong my temporary contract of the museum or not, and whether I can find another job or, switch to another place. Although I love working for the museum, but, in times of the pandemic, in Poland, if you work in public institution, you can get fired like any second. Or you can lose your financing for your project any second because everything, all the money is being moved to the health system. which is going to collapse in Poland. We are just a couple of weeks behind Czech Republic, so I guess we'll be in the same kind of mess you're into in 2 or 3 weeks. Probably. So I get, because we are at the verge of collapse. So not much time left, but yeah, I think it will be pretty much the same, and I hope that I'll manage to keep my temporary contract at the museum, and that's the best case scenario I can think of.
I think that in general it will be the year in which we will definitely learn to live with a pandemic. Okay, and also the possibility of new pandemic crisis. And for the life of our association, it will be the year in which we will enjoy the opportunity to organize definitely our activities through the digital tools. It will be the definitely organization through digital tools, with the hope to work in presence with guys, with students. Okay, it will be, this is, I can't imagine other situation. I think that a pandemic crisis transformed our life, that it was already transforming. Okay, and the crisis accelerated the process of digitalization of our lives. I think this is my thought about the future. And at the first time, I hope that the health, public health, general health, it will be the issue number one for the government.
I think we can now, for example, travel or communicate or meeting with friends. It's have another meeting, another meaning for us, yeah, and we can enjoy when we go communicate or go to restaurant or something. It's another value, yes, yeah, becoming another value, and we can really enjoy with this. Early it was simple. It's simple. Go to restaurant, travel, or meeting with friends, and now we can really enjoy with it. Yeah, and I think it's also very important. It's a new blick to our routine, maybe.
Okay, so I hope in 1 year I can read the newspaper again without having 10 breakdowns for 1 hour. And I hope our magazine will go to another year to and maybe develop new cooperations. And in autumn in Czech Republic we have votes, so I hope there are new people coming who are maybe better people. So please, please, everybody, think about Czech Republic in this autumn. Yeah, that's everything from me. Do we want to?
Okay.
Thanks for the sound, Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
It's pretty nice to watch all of you, especially in these hard times. Being really precious, be together. If it's online, you know, it's what we have right now. This kind of exchange was pretty nice. I have something to share with you. We have a survey. I'm gonna send the link on the private chat. So when you have a short time, just a second, please take a look, because this survey helps us a lot to grow with our dialogues projects. I think send it. Okay, so after the survey, we're also gonna send an email for everyone with all contacts from everyone, so you can send emails, edit each other, and continue this dialogue. That's because it's really important, you know. It's a never-ending process. Okay. So thank you so much. Have a beautiful weekend, and take care of yourself and family and friends and everybody. Um beijo.
Bye bye.
Ciao,
Take
ciao.
care, all of you.
Thanks to you all. Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Goodbye.